Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cloud County Ground here at Chelmsford for the final day of this first class County Select 11 versus the touring New Zealand team, which are busily preparing for their test series with England later this week, commencing, I think it is Thursday. And good morning to you all. My name is Don Topley, and with us today we have Don Hawkley in the commentary box for the day. It's a cloudy day here at Chelmsford, not much sun around, quite chilly. I think we're going to see a maximum of 15 degrees warmth on this spring day. A few in, not too many in. New Zealand clearly need 9 wickets, and the first class counties need 152 more runs to defeat New Zealand, which would be a notable scout despite not being a first class contest. Overnight we have Tom Haynes on 12 not out, and with him Ben Compton, who is likely to face. Well, Ben Compton's on 56 not out. The man out was the captain for the first class counties. That was Dominic Sibley, who was caught Blundell, the keeper, bowled by Ajaz Patel for 34. It was an opening stand, a worthy, notable opening stand of 88 before they lost their first wicket. And I think by the looks of it, it could be Matt Henry to open the bowling from the Hayes close end. Henry in bowls, nice straight delivery, which is well respected there by, in fact it's Tom Haynes facing. Well respected, came on the front foot, played it back to whence it came from. So 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, squarish mid wicket, and a fine leg just out of view beneath the Tom Pearce stand. Henry again bowls, this time it's played on the back foot into the offside. There is no run. 112 for 1. And they need 264 to win, and that was after New Zealand, who won the toss and elected to bat. They made 362 for 9. The first class counties were bowled out for 247, and on the third innings New Zealand made 148 before they were bowled out. Jamie Porter taking 5 wickets. Henry on his way in bowls, played off the back foot into the offside. There is no run. So we're waiting for another microphone in the commentary box today to welcome my co-commentator Don Hawkley, who heralds from Birmingham but has taught most of his life, taught cricket as well, so he is a real cricket badger, connoisseur, coach, player himself. And we'll welcome him to the airwaves shortly. Matt Henry on his way in bowls, nicely played into the floor, goes, avoids gully. They take 1, he calls back for the second, and that's 2 runs to Haynes, goes to 14. Scoreboard to our left, not up on operational just yet. I'll have to put another 50p in, I'm sure. 114 for 1. Haynes is 14 and Compton yet to face on 56. So 150 runs to win. In comes the bowler, Matt Henry. And it's played back, this time off the front foot, back to the bowler on his follow through, collects nicely. Bit chilly, but we are still in the throes of spring. It is going to get warmer during the course of the weekend really, and later next week. Expect some nice weather during the half-term holidays in the UK. Henry in from the Hayes close end. This is played off the back foot. It's just outside off stump, which is played into the offside backward point. Picks it up to complete the first over of the morning, and there has been a couple of runs to the first class counties who have made it to 114 for one, and they need a further 150. 264 is the total they require, and New Zealand need a further 9 wickets to secure a victory. It is not a first class fixture, but that is fine. That's at their request, who have had a good number of cricketers away at the IPL and playing for counties as well. Before this test series with England starts next week at Lord's on Thursday. Much anticipation there with McCullum and the likes of Stokes, the New England test captain, against probably the veteran of captaincy in terms of New Zealand. That's Kane Williamson, who's a very experienced. Talking of experience, we've got Tim Southey, formerly of this parish. Played some T20 for Essex a few moons ago. He's bowling around the wicket to the opening batsman, who leaves it alone. Ben Compton happy to leave. Very watchful, very disciplined in the way he goes about his batting. Very patient. And he's been particularly successful. I think he's averaging the best part of over 100 in first class cricket this season. A quick check tells me he's scored 878 first class runs at 109. Healthy average that. This time he comes forward and plays with a dead bat, soft hands, and plays it into the floor for a dot ball. Tim Southey, very experienced bowler himself. Swing, seam. Fantastic performer at the age of 33. I had a little look. He's played for 5 IPL teams in his career. Right arm round the wicket, outside off stump, and this is nicely left alone by Ben Compton. 114 for one. A few more coming in. A few going down to the nets as we saw on arrival. Michael Burgess, Tim Yardy was throwing the ball at him. Hoping Michael Burgess down 5 or 6 may not be used this by the first class counties today. Southey in, outside off stump. Left alone by Ben Compton. There is no run. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Similar field to Matt Henry. And a fine leg in front of the retirement flats here at Chelmsford. In comes Southey from the river end. Bowls. This ball swings back to the left-hander, but it's well watched again. The swing is quite late and certainly moves back to the keeper after it pitches. The keeper today is Tom Blundell. Tom himself played some cricket in Essex. He played for Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club in the north of the county for a summer a few years ago. Southey again bowls outside off stump. Bit better carry that delivery as it goes through to the keeper to complete the end of the second over. 114 for 2, just the 2 runs added this morning to that from Tom Haynes, who's on 14 and about to face. And that's a goodish delivery there. Gosh, that really is a wicket fall. Haynes has to go. Matt Henry collects a wicket. Well, that's just what the doctor ordered this morning. Goodish delivery from Henry. A little nick through. He'll look back and go, should I have played at it? Could I have left it? But nonetheless, he was caught. Blundell bowled Henry for 14. So the first wicket of the morning, second of the first class counties innings goes, and that is just what New Zealand wanted, to create a bit of pressure for the game in itself. This is a practice game, but it's an opportunity to practice in the test match. They've got to defend this total, and they've started nicely this morning with Tom Haynes was caught by Blundell off the bowling of Henry for 14, and the score therefore is 114 for 2. Striding to the crease is another left-hander, Nick Gubbins, formerly of Middlesex, but these days of Hampshire, who's started with a decent season down at the Aegeus Bowl. You have Gubbins, he's scored 443 runs at a healthy average of 55. Anything above 40 in first class cricket is a benchmark and of great credibility. The 28-year-old has got the number 9 shirt. Shirts are made for this particular game, and it's going to be Henry with his first ball to Gubbins. Gubbins is faced, bat up, outside off stump, leaves it through to the keeper. Dot ball. After this ball, I shall introduce Don, our fellow commentator for the day. Henry, having just got the wicket, Gubbins awaits. Gubbins plays nice and straight, back to the bowler on his follow-through, who tries to keep it up with his foot in his hand, but alas drops it. And a very good morning to Mr. Don Hawkley.
Good morning, Don, on this unseasonably cool day at Chelmsford. I have to say this morning the New Zealand players looked a little bit reluctant to leave the pavilion and were rubbing their shoulders a little bit, trying to get the life into them. And it's very much like a cool day at Napier.
In comes Matt Henry, bowls, and again it's nice and straight, played with a straight bat from Nick Gubbins. Nick, formerly of Middlesex and now at Hampshire, doing quite nicely this season. Reaching sort of the peak of his playing career, as in terms of ages. He's got it all to look forward to now. Henry bowling to the left-handed Gubbins. Gubbins plays again on the back foot, plays into the leg side. There is no run. And I think I'm right in saying you know a bit about Matt Henry.
Yes, Matt spent his sixth form at St Joseph's College in Ipswich, where he came across as a very confident young bowler.
Well, he's on his way in to Gubbins. Gubbins drives on the front foot this time. Yes, he had courage in his conviction, played nicely, hits very straight of mid-off, and it goes to the boundary for 4 to complete the end of Matt Henry's second over. 118 for 2, and he's off and running now. Gubbins, he's on 4 not out and still without any addition to his overnight score. Ben Compton is going to face, and he's on 56 not out. And you remember Matt Henry, do you, from those days?
I certainly do. Yeah, he did scare a few of our players when he arrived in England, and he started turning out for his school side and looked every bit the potential international that he is today.
And that was St Joseph's Ipswich against?
Yeah, St Joseph's Ipswich against the Royal Hospital School, which I was coaching at the time. So yes.
Well, Tim Southey's on his way in from the River End. He bowls. This is short and he's not been caught. It was hit into the floor, but it's hit straight at square leg. Square leg saving one. That was an attacking shot from Ben Compton, who did play a couple of pulls and hooks last night. Compton, who has enjoyed a fantastic season, having got into and given the opportunity by Kent. This time it's not as short, being watchful, goes back and across and leaves shoulders arms as it goes through to the keeper. Impressed with Ben Compton?
Yeah, he's a very well organised player, isn't he? And of course, being a left-hander, he's strong on the back foot, particularly in the leg side. And Southey tried him out a bit there, and we witnessed a crowd catch. I think several people in the crowd went up because they thought it was out, but not so.
Southey in, outside off stump, through to the keeper. There is no run. Just like many English young pros go abroad to play, perhaps in New Zealand, Australia, South Africa. And the New Zealanders has often come over to our shores to play some domestic cricket in the leagues. And I know Devon Conway has played up in Norfolk. As we said, Matt Henry has played for Halstead in the Two Counties League and the Premiership. Southey bowls through to the keeper. There is no run. And I know, the likes of Hamish Rutherford, and in fact this season Will Young has done particularly well for Northamptonshire, not only with his batting, but I must say he's been catching some terrific catches at slip for the Northants seam bowlers, in particular Sanderson, who's enjoyed a good start to his championship campaign. Southey in bowls. Nice and straight, which is respected by Compton. No run. So other bowlers we're likely to may not see. Trent Bolt, who I'm not sure is here. Neil Wagner bowled quite nicely, formerly of this parish as well. Blair Tickner, who resembled, his action yesterday, watching him on the streaming, resembled Jonathan Agnew's to my mind. This time on the front foot, played by Compton into backward point. There is no run. And that concludes the fourth over of the morning. And we've now had 49 overs, 118 for 2, with still on 56 not out is Ben Compton, and Nick Gubbins has 4 to his name. Glorious shot last over, very straight of mid-off, powerfully driven, beautifully executed, and he's going to be facing Matt Henry. Henry is 30 years old. He's played a bit of county cricket for Derbyshire, Kent, and I think he's from Canterbury, but Canterbury in New Zealand. He bowls nice and straight again. What we have seen from Matt Henry early doors, he's bowled wicket to wicket, and he's made the batsman play. And this one has been played back to him on his follow through, coming down the slope from the Hayes Close end. Past umpire Debenham, outside off stump, bit of pace there through and there is no run.
So he's been a great servant to New Zealand cricket, Don, hasn't he? It's such a long career at in all forms of the game. In fact, I think he's played 85 tests now, and has taken 338 wickets, which is not remarkable, but nonetheless a great servant. What do you think?
Absolutely, for a cricketer such as him to play all the formats is a great testament to his skill. Henry, meanwhile, comes in, plays off the back foot against Gubbins. Gubbins negotiates that well, plays it out to sort of gully backward point. There is no run. Yeah, Tim Southey was a very popular man when he played his T20 here. One of these sort of bowlers that can handle the long handle. Likes to give it a whack as well. Very athletic. Henry in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, left well alone.
Yeah, Matt Henry, in contrast, is just beginning really his international career. He's just bedding himself into the team. He's played 16 Test matches so far, and I would say that he's a very bustling, strong-looking player with a really powerful action. Hit the pitch bowler really more than a swing bowler, wouldn't you say, Don?
Yes, he's in, right arm over, bowls outside off stump, well left alone this time by Gubbins. There is no run. I like them all actually. They have got a cracking group of seamers, and there's more that are not here as well, not forgetting, who I know is a firm favourite of yours, Trent Boult. Wagner as well. Wagner's out there. He'll have a spell. I like very different Wagner and Boult as two left arm bowlers. They bowl very differently. It's going to be another beautiful shot. Well pitched up, probably half volley length from the bowler, Matt Henry, but Gubbins just push drives it and he caresses it through. Extra cover for 4, and that completes the end of the over. Gubbins has 8 with 2 glorious timed shots for 4, and the first class counties who have lost the single wicket, the solitary wicket this morning in losing Sibley last night, and then they lost Tom Haynes this morning, caught by Blundell, bowled by Henry, the wicket to fall this morning. Well, Gubbins has just hit 2 beautifully timed cover drives, one very straight and one through extra cover. Great cricket. 122 for 2. Southley to continue. Away from us, from the river end, right arm over to Compton. Compton comes forward and plays it with a very soft hands, dead bat into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, Gubbins looks a very, very good player. He's moving his feet very quickly. I think in the last over, Matt Henry had him pinned on the back foot for a long period, and then as soon as he overpitched one, Gubbins pounced on it and push drive, as you said, through the offside, Don.
Southey. Outside off stump through to the keeper, left alone. Didn't need to play at that.
Yeah, he's a superb bowler. Nagging length, nagging line, just around the top 70s at the moment. He's clearly not really bent his back so far, but Tim Southey is such a difficult bowler to get away, just nibbling around, a little bit of swing. Yeah, fine, really good, mature cricketer.
Probably remember his great skill at the Circle of Fire, I think it was called, in Wellington. Outside off stump through, a little bit wider through to the keeper, a bit more pace, and there is no run. Where he bowled England out. I think it was called the Circle of Fire in Ring of Fire, Wellington, all those years ago. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, squarish mid-wicket, and a conventional fine leg. Kept the same field for both bowlers at the moment. This time he comes forward, does Ben Compton, on 56, and there is no further run added to the score.
Yeah, Trent Boult coming into this seam attack will really not only boost it in terms of quality but also in variety. Being a left arm swing bowler, Boult is going to be welcomed with open arms, I'm sure, when he returns from the IPL, Don.
IPL final later today. Southey on his way in, bowls, and this is dragging the batsman forward. Compton plays with the full face of the bat, allows it to go into the offside. There is no run. Yes, I think the IPL final is the Gujarat Titans versus the Rajasthan Royals, and Jos Buttler, who's a firm favourite cricketer of yours, he's notched up 4 IPL centuries this particular IPL, had a stunning IPL. Still a great cricketer. Tim Southey, outside off stump, left alone. Just a hint of a bit of swing as it comes back towards the keeper to complete the end of another over. 122 for 2, and we've got Compton on 46, and with him is Gubbins on 8.
Yeah, Jos Buttler's had a superb campaign in India, and what a shame that we never really managed to get the best out of him at test level, and he's very much now, I think, secured his place as just a white ball cricketer. Do you see there's any comeback in the red ball game for Jos Buttler, Don?
Well, it's interesting as we see Matt Henry bowl outside off stump. Good leave from Gubbins, nice and straight through to the keeper. Blundell, no run. I think there is a chance, but I firmly believe that the better keeper is Ben Folkes, formerly of this parish, now of Surrey, and we hope that he takes his opportunity. I think we're going to see a change of attack here. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. The scoreboard's up and running properly now. Good to see. Round the wicket then to Gubbins. Driven into the offside, quite full. Well fielded at cover. There is no run. Did you just see how the New Zealanders passed the ball around then from to keeper to slip?
Yeah, it was like a pair of centres just breaking the line. You half expected them to come out and do the hacker in front of the pavilion. They love throwing the ball in the style of a rugby player.
Yes, they did. If we'd have done that, we'd have knocked on, I'm sure. As Matt Henry bowls outside off stump, this ball seems to just go away from the left-hander. As well left. Good discipline skills here from these two who are being particularly watchful. The one man to go this morning was Tom Haynes. Perhaps he might like to have looked at his dismissal on the video. They might suggest he could have left it. Perhaps did he need to play it that early? But he was caught. Blundell bowled by Henry. Henry's back in, driven into the leg side. They've gone. That would have been out if it hit. Compton was looking for the single. Whether there was a false call, as in yes, no, but either way, Compton was a little way down the crease backing up. The shy came in. Had he hit, he would have been out. Bit of an error there, Don.
Well, these things are going to happen when you throw a group of players together who never normally play with each other, and I think if you ask any pair of batsmen, it's often about the relationship between them that gets them successful runs.
Henry, in he comes, bowls again, nice and straight into the offside. The ball's played, there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can just look up at your partner and not even have to call you, that there's such a good understanding. When you get a disparate group of players together, then they need to work out their own ways of making sure the runs are safe. Any clue on why Henry has switched around the wicket, Don?
I think he was leaving the ball, both, well, certainly Gubbins, as around the wicket he comes, outside off stump. The ball's just going away again, away from the left hand to complete the end of the over. Some good bowling there from Henry. End of the over, 122 for 2. I just think Gubbins was getting used to leaving the ball from over the wicket, and he was happier coming around the wicket from Henry's angle. Gubbins hopefully has to play more.
Do you think that, have you noticed that he's changed his length? I think he's bowling a bit fuller. What do you think? Maybe there's a bit of swing happening?
Definitely a little bit of shape there from away to the left-hander. I think the two scoring shots that we've seen Gubbins play have been off very full deliveries. So I think he's bowling, his length of bowling has been similar all morning. He is trying to swing it, as you quite rightly said. It's going to be Southey. Southey bowls, clipped off his legs. They're going to take one. The first run for Ben Compton this morning. And he collects a second, so he'll be pleased now. He moves from 56 not out to 58 not out. Score 124 for 2. No change in the field. A couple of New Zealanders doing a bit of stretching. Probably the next set of bowlers perhaps. Right arm round the wicket, Southey. This time straight hit to that fielder at square leg where there is no run. Still a bit chilly here at Chelmsford this morning. Top temperature of about 14-15 degrees.
Testing.
We were sharing ice creams. We're no longer sharing ice creams now. Don's been given a mic for himself. Driven into the offside. That's a good looking shot. That has been played through extra cover. They're going to take 2. It's gone towards a Tom Pearce stand and it's pulled up just in front of the boundary. Cracking bit of fielding, cracking shot. Good all-round cricket, and that is two runs. 2 runs to Ben Compton. Good looking shot that, Don.
It was, yeah. I'm just wondering how quickly we're going to see Patel being brought into the attack, while they've still got some runs to play with. What do you think?
Southey bowls, this time played with soft hands, with an open face bat into the offside for no run. Yeah, very much so. He bowled a spell last night, got a couple of balls to turn. I think he could be used, but I think most importantly, look, New Zealand would like to win this fixture, undoubtedly, but it's most important that their bowlers get a run out and a gallop. They get a bit of a gallop on and have an opportunity to bowl a spell before, and of course Kane Williamson will probably know the makeup of his side for Thursday at Lord's. This time Compton comes forward and negotiates off the front foot. No run. Yeah. Ajaz, the spin bowler, Patel. It's interesting. He's only one of 3 Test cricketers to take 10 wickets in an innings, which is a tremendous feat. Southey, right arm around the wicket, played off the back foot into the offside, no run. And of course, you're not quite old enough, Don, but you can, you probably remember the name Jim Laker from all those years ago, taking his 10 for or 19 wickets
Yes, Jim Laker. I grew up listening to him commentate as well. His dulcet tones. But yeah, the legendary pitch that was, of course, uncovered wickets in those days. I think.
Old Trafford.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, the other player is Anil Kumble. All spin bowlers, all three of them, of course.
Yeah. 10 for 119 Ajaz Patel got against India in December, well, last December 2021. An incredible feat. I remember waking up to it and seeing the last few wickets, 10-wicket haul in an innings. Matt Henry round the wicket bowls. This time Gubbins comes forward and plays with soft hands, push drives it all the way up to mid-off. There is no run. So on your commentary debut, I was going to invite you now. You've had to wait for your own microphone. And if I could invite you to take the next over from this end, when we commence the next over, if that's all right.
Be delighted.
Henry, right arm round the wicket. Again, negotiates it well, does Gubbins. 2 slips, Gully waiting. He has bowled straight this morning, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I think that his first couple of overs looked a little bit stiff, but he's really now beginning to hit his straps, isn't he? He looks like he means business, Matt Henry.
He's a good athlete, as all bowlers are today. This time it's short, it's forced off the back foot, it's played very nicely. It's been pulled up a little bit just before the shorter boundary where Gubbins will collect 3 runs. Good running between the wickets for these two. 3 more runs, 129 for 2. Gubbins moves to 11. Good looking shot.
Not much in the middle of the pitch for this on this track, is there, Don? There's not much happening when they're bowling short, drop the ball short.
No, it's not got great pace. Chelmsford's never had great pace in the middle of the wicket.
I like the look of this Kiwi wicket-keeper. He looks
Tom Blundell.
He looks a really, really well-organised keeper, nice and neat and tidy. Small, athletic, agile.
He could bowl, as well at club cricket. He played for Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club. Henry's in. Bouncer. Only just carried to the keeper, Tom Blundell, aforementioned. Yeah, who could bowl a bit of spin, bat. He did very well at Colchester, a very popular man.
Yeah, Henry switched back over the wicket now to the left-hander. I think he could be a long-standing fixture.
This time,
Tom Blundell.
Short, played off the back foot. There is no run. The alternatives are Cameron Fletcher. That's the second choice keeper. It'll be interesting to see who does keep, but Cam Fletcher's fairly new to this squad. Fletcher comes from Canterbury, 29 years old. Thought quite highly. Henry in, short, played into the leg side, off the back foot. That's the first time he's bowled really at Compton this morning after Gubbins got that 3 and the batsman crossed in. So it's going to be Tim Southey to continue to bowl at Nick Gubbins. And off his long run, it's going to be Mr. Don Hawkley.
I've never been off a long run, Don, you know that. Yeah, Tim Southey looking to start his next over and looking very, very relaxed, as he always does, and very confident with his game. Nick Gubbins to face. Southey running in round the wicket to the left-hander. Gubbins flicks that one off his hip through mid-wicket. And that is a really lovely looking shot by the left-hander through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, superb timing, and it raced across the practice nets here at Chelmsford, square of the wicket, to where the old hospital used to be. Beautifully executed. That was a touch of class, that.
It was, and it also went well in front of square, which suggests this pitch is a little bit on the slow side on day 4.
Well,
Southey comes in from the river end, round the wicket. Short ball outside the off stump, left alone. Wasn't interested in that Gubbins at all.
Wagner loosening up. Now, Wagner for me is a tremendous bowler, played here at Essex for a good number of seasons. Wow, what a big heart.
Fine cricketer and a lovely bloke,
He
actually.
Yep.
Very generous with his time with people who want to have a chat with him. And, yeah, as you say, great courage as a cricketer. Southey runs in, round the wicket. Fuller length. Gubbins rocks forward and pushes it out to point, where it's fielded by Patel. Yeah, Wagner, I've got a lot of time for him. Very good international cricketer, throws his heart into any team he plays for. Had a little bit of time in the county game as well, I believe, Don, didn't he?
He played for Essex for a good number of seasons. Big, wholehearted bowler. We'll try and swing it, and if it doesn't swing, plan B is normally to bowl short.
Southey in, round the wicket, short ball, ducked underneath. Gubbins, again, not interested in that one, lets it go through. He knows he's got plenty of time, or the team has plenty of time to get this fairly low target, but they hadn't really looked in any real trouble apart from the one ball that got very big on Tom Haynes.
The only man to be dismissed this morning, Dominic Sibley was last night, and Tom Haynes this morning.
Southey in, round the wicket. Fuller ball again, but wide outside the off stump, left alone by Gubbins. Still 2 slips, a gully, point, and a sort of short extra cover. Maybe they're thinking this ball might stop in the pitch a little bit, and the drive might go to that position.
I mean, for New Zealand to lose the fixture would be a great fillip for the first-class counties select 11. To lose it for New Zealand probably wouldn't be a dampener for them.
Full length ball by Southey, that's almost in the block hole, but it's chipped away to mid-wicket for a single, and Gubbins gets himself off strike and is ready to face the first ball of the next over. Sorry, of the next over.
Yeah, and I think, are we going to see a bowling change? I think we are. I think it's going to be Wagner to replace. Yep, the left-handed Wagner. I'm interested to see this. He swung the ball last night. And it'll be interesting to see if it swings this morning. And as I say, if it doesn't swing, Don, what he often does, he has a little bit of intimidatory bowling where he goes short. And when you've got someone like Trent Boult and Neil Wagner, why they are so different is they just bowl so differently, where they do one's a little shorter than the other, so you, as a batsman, you have to play them differently because of the way they respond, the bounce they get from the wicket. Wagner has to pitch the ball a little bit shorter.
Yeah, he bowls what's known as a heavy ball, doesn't he, Wagner? He bangs it in.
Well, he's taken over from the Hayes close end. He's on his way in, left arm over to Gubbins, outside off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Little bit of swing there, late swing from the bounce, which is the great art of swing bowling. You don't necessarily swing it from the hand. It is as the ball goes down its line, it pitches, and then it swings. If you can swing the ball late, you become such a much more dangerous bowler.
And that ball was very full, so he gave it a chance to swing.
Wagner. Past the umpire, bowls. This one keeps low and doesn't quite carry to the keeper. Interestingly, that was quite straight. If that was very straight, then that would cause a problem for the county's select 11.
That did keep very low, didn't it? Flew through and bounced on, first bounce to blundle behind the stumps.
So what does Wagner do in this circumstance? Does he look to bowl straighter even more? Outside off stump, swings, goes wider, through to the keeper, dot ball.
Well, he tries to find that same spot again, I would imagine.
That's right. Yeah. Must be wonderful to think that next week you're going to be playing a test match at Lord's. Well, 11 of them will be. This ball swings again, outside off stump. Just a hint, not as much as the other balls, but just a slight hint of swing. So Gubbins will have to be careful when playing those drives. He looks good this morning with those drives, but that could easily become one of the mode of dismissals.
Do you think New Zealand captain Kane Williamson will want both of his left arm seamers in his side?
That's going to be an interesting... Bolt won't have had many overs, will he? Wagner in. This time he looks to leave at the last minute, but it bounces and bounces through to the keeper. It was all under control, but nonetheless, good piece of bowling.
I think our speed gun that we have access to here, the readings are a little bit low, because the suggestion that was 73 miles an hour. It looked considerably quicker than that to me.
Not always sure. The ECB are sort of starting to advertise these guns that they have. Wagner in, bowls, driven down the ground, this time just onto the leg side. It's going up the Hayes close end and will just beat the fielder to the boundary rope. Good shot there from Gubbins. 4 more runs. Gubbins moves to 20. The score, having completed that over, is the counties are 138 for 2, which means they need a further 126 runs to win.
Great shot there in the V, over pitch ball on leg stump, and Gubbins just smashed it back past the bowler. Lovely shot. New bowler at the River End is Jameson. Tall, fair-haired, strong-looking bowler.
Must be a number 8.
Or wing forward, maybe, I'd say.
Really? God, what? You've got a big team.
Always.
Hey, he is. When you look
he's
at
a
his
monster,
colleagues,
isn't he? He towers above his. I know another England bowler who looks a bit, the same way when he's talking to his colleagues. I don't know, much about him. A chap called Topley. I don't know.
He is. He must be the biggest fella in world cricket.
What is he? 6'7", 6'8"?
No, he must be bigger. Seriously, Carl Jameson.
I better check his stats then.
Yes. Jameson on his way in, bowls, right arm over the wicket, plays off the back foot, goes out to port cover where there is no run. I reckon he's 6'9". There used to be a cricketer here at Essex called Will Jefferson that was 6'10". Reece Topley's 6'8". Finn is 6'7". Stuart Broad is 6'6". But I think Carl Jameson must be 6'9". He bowls short of a length this time. Compton plays off the back foot. There is no run. Got an economic action. Obviously, he is relatively tall, so when you extend his arm must be a good metre and a bit. So he must be coming down from the best part of 12. No, probably about 10, 11 foot.
Well, he's only 6'6".
No.
Yeah, 6'6". He's 2.03. So I've just done the Google search for what that is in inches, and that's what it is. 6.66, in fact.
Really?
Yeah.
I am astounded.
Well, I'm sure the details online are correct, but maybe you can ask him later.
Wow.
What do you think of his action? Because these tall bowlers do put an enormous strain on their lower back, don't they? There's tall levers, long levered bowlers.
He's on his way in, right arm over. Bowls. Long levers, as you say. He has a long back as well, long legs.
He doesn't really run in hard though, does he? He kind of ambles in a little bit, and it's all in the shoulder at the crease.
Yes, but I always think that when you get some of these bigger type people, they do look, they're travelling quite quickly, yet it doesn't look like they are.
Bigger type people?
Yeah, well, you know, people like, if I go back to somebody else from yesteryear, he was always a bit quicker, and he covered the ground quicker than you think. Derek Pringle.
Big bird.
Yeah. Joel Garner. This time the ball's played off the back foot to backward point, or sort of squarish where there is no run. Been a tight over this from Carl Jameson. They put a man back on the hook here now.
Yeah, do you think that's a bluff, having
Could
the man
be.
back on the hook?
Well,
he's been just back of a length, hasn't he, consistently?
Compton's had a go at one this morning, and he did have a couple of goes at playing the hook shot last night. So it could be a double bluff. Jameson in, bowls. Oh, he did go for it. He's got a bottom edge. He's been a bit fortuitous there. It's a bit of a Chinese cut as well that's gone for 4 behind the keeper. Keeper didn't have a chance to stop it nor catch it. And it's just simply 4 runs from a slightly poor execution from the Kent batsman, who collects 4 runs. He moves to 64, and the score is 142 for 2.
He looked to be beaten for pace there for me. Ball was on top of him very quickly, and bottom edge went in a very odd place, just to the right of the keeper's gloves. But it looked to me as though he was completely beaten for pace.
I think he was looking for it, and I think he was looking for that short ball and decided that if it was, he might have a dab at it, and he did, and he was lucky to get a bottom edge. It could have gone bottom edge to the stumps.
Wagner in, bowls. That one did actually seem to get big off a good length, and it's wrapped Gubbins on the fingers hard, and he wrings his hand. Fortunately, I don't think it's done any serious damage, but it will certainly make him think about rocking forward from now on.
Gone down to do a little bit of gardening. It's first ball that's probably slightly misbehaved properly.
Wagner keen to get on with it, back to his mark quickly, runs in. Again, another good length ball, maybe middle and leg, which is nicked away down to fine leg, off the front foot. He takes the single.
Yep, sensible shot. Inside edges are the batsmen, the outside edges are the bowlers.
And they don't need to do anything daft, do they? They need to just nibble away at this score, run this ball around a little bit, and just get as close as they can. New Zealand, of course, will be really straining to get this victory. Wagner in. Another good length ball just outside off stump, and another ball that really did get up a little bit. Bit of swing there, Don?
Yeah, a little bit there. Just started slightly wider and went wider. You often find that as a bowler. Sometimes you run up and bowl straight and it doesn't always move. Then you just push it a little wider and it just goes a bit wider again. But yeah, there will be a bouncer somewhere in Wagner's artillery.
Wagner in. Bowls another full length ball on leg stump, which is clipped away behind square and fielded well on the boundary by big Jameson, who throws that ball in beautifully into Blundell's hands, and they take two. That was quite a few yards to the right of Jameson, so he had a bit of ground to make up. But Wagner's always looking bustly, isn't he? He always looks as though he's going to bang one in. He's a real village blacksmith of a bowler, I always think.
He runs in.
Wagner in. Good length ball again. Good control from Wagner.
Yeah, just outside off stump. And Compton happy to leave that alone.
Compton does look a very well organised batsman, doesn't he? He's always very keen. And we've got another man going out, maybe on the hook, I don't know.
Yeah, will he have learnt his lesson from last over?
Well, they tried this last over with Jameson. Now Wagner's got his man back, sort of 10 yards in from the boundary at square leg. In, full length ball this time. The double bluff maybe, I don't know, but Wagner has not really tested out the middle of the pitch so far. That's the end of the over, and the score is 145 for 2.
Still needing 119, just slowly chipping away at that target. It would be a great fillip for the first class counties to defeat New Zealand. Obviously it's not first class, as we've said, but it would be a great fillip for these first class counties, sort of these quality red ball players. I've looked down the list, the list that has been selected. Obviously they had a replacement for Ollie Robinson on day one on Thursday. Ethan Bamber and Middlesex came in. We wish Ollie Robinson well in his return to, well, whether it's T20 or first class cricket in the coming weeks. Cole Jameson round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins has his bat aloft, plays into the leg side. There is no run. 145 for 2. And most of these red ball players who have done so well in the county game so early in the season, most of them probably not the most experienced or white ball players, so they're not going to be missing too much of their counties T20. There's a whole host of fixtures going on today. Essex are down at Somerset. Jameson in short, it's pulled into the leg side, and that's going to race away. Well hit from Gubbins on this slow surface, and mid-wicket has to just go and collect it from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Beautifully executed that. He has scored, I think, 4 fours this morning. He's driven well, he's cut a beautiful delivery, and now he's just pulled Cole Jameson for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary.
He does play that shot well, doesn't he? It's almost off the front foot, that pull shot, isn't it? You know, he really does. Mind you, this pitch is a bit slow.
Jameson comes in again, short again. This one's mistimed. He may have got a little edge onto his thigh pad, which has ballooned onto the offside, but nonetheless no chance of a dismissal, just mistimed.
Just looking at the line of that ball that he chose to pull through mid-wicket, yeah, it was over leg stump, to be fair. Yeah, just again didn't time it at all, did he?
In comes Jameson. Short, this time plays with a straight bat, does Gubbins. Learnt his lesson sensibly, because he just wants to keep batting. No hurry. Doesn't need to get home too early tonight. He can take as long as he wants. He's on 25. Don't give your wicket away now.
A victory for the first-class counties here, of course, would be a great fillip for the county game generally, wouldn't it, Don?
It would, very much so. Definitely. Against the #1 ranked test side this time. respects a ball of good length there from Jameson. Bit of bounce, probably hit the splice of the bat, high up the bat. And you, against a tall bowler such as Jameson, broad, thin, you do have to play with, we call it in cricket, higher hands.
Higher and softer, yeah, definitely. Let the court ball come to you and play it right under your nose. These tall bowlers do challenge your technique.
Right arm round the wicket, bowls, bouncer, much higher bouncer, of which this time Gubbins, quite a tall fella himself, just gets below it and watches it through to the keeper to complete the end of the over. 149 for 2, and the first class counties need 115 further runs to win this 4-day friendly fixture.
Sharp, well-directed bouncer to complete the over there. I thought he played that very well. Anyway, end of the over, new over. Again, Wagner, really keen to get going, wanted the ball, wanted to work on that ball and get himself G'd up ready for this over. There's a conversation between him and the captain regarding a field change, perhaps we'll see in a moment. In comes Wagner. The man on the boundary for the hook shot has now come into the ring. Full length ball. Again, the gasp of exasperation which seems to follow every delivery Wagner makes. Wagner quickly back to his mark and turns, settles and runs in. Yeah, he really does want this ball to swing. He's working hard on it as he's back at his mark, and that was a full length ball, easily played, dropped onto the front foot and pushed into the offside. In comes Wagner at the crease, another good length ball, which Compton deals with comfortably, fielded at mid-wicket.
It's going to be very interesting the side they go in with for Kane Williamson. Plenty of top order batting. I've been really quite impressed with Will Young. Will he get selected? He's done well for Northamptonshire since he's been over here this summer.
In comes Wagner at the crease, full length ball again, straight, no run.
Conway, I mean, they've got lots of seamers. Colin de Grandhomme has been playing a little bit for Surrey, bowled a fair few overs on these flat wickets at the Oval. Will he be involved, can bat as well, or do they look at to have a bit more harder nosed bowlers, you know, rather than just genuine guys who do a bit of this and a bit of that? Be really interesting to see the makeup of the New Zealand side.
Wagner in, another full length ball is sitting. That's a beautiful shot, just to the right of the stumps at the far end, down the ground, and they take 2.
Superb push drive again. Superb shot there. I think they just got a fingertip on it at mid-on to stop it going for 4. So
it's a playing the V kind of pitch, isn't it?
Very much so, yes. Yeah.
Wagner in. Wagner really hitting at the same length time and time again. He's really got some great control out there. Full length ball, wanting it to swing. End of the over, 151 for 2.
I think Wagner bowled most of his overs last night from this end, the river end. And at Chelmsford here, for those listening maybe in New Zealand whilst they're thinking about going to bed, the difference between the two ends here, that a lot of the English county grounds do have slopes. Lords has, Headingley has, Chelmsford has. The difference between here, one end and the other end, you go up the hill at the river end, and at the Hayes Close end, the far end to us, you run away with yourself as you come down the slope. And I think Neil Wagner often used to bowl from the river end, this end, which was certainly my favoured end as well. But each to their own. But you've got to get used to the different ends. In comes Jameson away from us, short off the hips there from Gubbins. Gubbins sends it down to fine leg. Where Wagner does the fielding, there is 1 run. That takes Gubbins to 26, score 152 for 2.
I would imagine that many bowlers, when they're journeyman county bowlers, they sometimes think, right, where is that ground I really don't enjoy bowling on because of the slope, because of the slope just before the stumps as you're in your delivery stride. And there must be some grounds where bowlers dread going to.
Hove is difficult. Seriously, Hove is difficult because of the accent there. The slope there. Jameson in. This is played a little bit wider, and he's got it down to the vacant third man. There's a big chase. They're going to take 2. They're not going to take the 3. 2 more runs to Compton. Compton goes to 70. This morning he started on, I can't remember what his overnight score was. He was on overnight 56. So he's only scored 14 runs in just over an hour. It's been hard work for him, but he's got great concentration, skills, patience. He's watchful. He has great discipline as a batsman. He's facing Jameson. Jameson bowls a bouncer. He ducks underneath it through to the keeper. Well played.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Ben Compton. I haven't seen a great deal of him in the red ball game, but I think he's looking very well organised, and is clearly a really good student of the art of batting.
Well, his cousin is Nick Compton, formerly of Middlesex, Somerset and England. He's very keen for him to continue to do well, and he's probably the next rank, the cab off the rank really, as Jameson bowls, drags him forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Played his formative cricket in South Africa, I believe, and will have learned to bat on those pitches out there before he made the journey to the UK.
Yeah, he got a gig at Nottinghamshire, but couldn't get a regular game. And then Hamid came down from Lancashire. So they've sort of put those eggs in that basket. Couldn't get a game there, and he moved to Kent. This time Jameson played a little bit slightly lazier, and he got an inside edge into the floor, but there is, alas, no wicket nor no run.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed to see that shot, and also the one that went for 2 runs to wide third man behind point. I think he was just playing away from his body a little bit, and of course Jameson being a big man, he does get a little bit more bounce, and it will get big on him. And that was disappointing to see, just a little chink in his technique there. He's switching now to over the wicket, I see, to cramp up the left-hander a little bit, perhaps.
Well, he needs just to remind himself to keep concentrating, don't do anything daft. Bouncer, high bouncer through to the keeper. You read that one in the morning papers. That was decidedly very short.
Very short and far too high, wasn't it? It just went way over his head.
Yep. End of the over, 154 for 2, 110 runs to win. Still no sunshine, still a bit chilly. The only thing I could probably report is the wind has died down a little bit. It was a bit windier this morning, but it's certainly no warmer.
Yeah, the brave people in the crowd here today are crouching down under their coats and their blankets and their hats, and it does not look like the end of May out there, to be honest. But there we are. We have to play in these conditions, and that's it.
Any thoughts about the tickets this week? They're £100, and we haven't sold too many at Lord's, I gather.
Wagner in. Good length ball, which is just leaves him a little bit, and he's a late front foot dab down through the slips, and he's fielded at third man for 2 runs. There has been some comment on social media about the price of tickets at Lord's, and it's putting a lot of people off buying them on the basis that there are other test matches happening this summer. Therefore, if they're going to go to a test match, they'll probably go to one with cheaper tickets. I don't know why particularly. Lord's Wagner in. Short ball, which is mistimed completely and barely leaves the square. Not the best looking shot actually by Gubbins, and he practices a much better one. Yeah, the tickets are expensive, and I wouldn't say there's a social media storm, but there's certainly a lot of comment about the cost of a Lord's Test match ticket, which averages out at almost twice some of the cost of some of the other grounds.
The opportunity to see the #1 Test side in the world. Talking of tickets, the Essex Eagles are playing down in Somerset today, but they've started their campaign well by beating the Kent Spitfires the other night at Canterbury. But their first home game match is against Hampshire Hawks on Monday the 31st of May at 7 p.m. And tickets...
Wagner in, full length ball, which Gubbins pushes out to wide mid-on.
So tickets are available for Monday the 31st of May, 7 p.m. at Chelmsford. The tickets are still available online at essexcricket.org.uk if you want to come and watch some T20 cricket.
Wagner looking almost irritated that they took so long giving him the ball back, and he runs in again with purpose. Great shot through the covers by Gubbins. Good length ball outside off stump, which he was on in a flash. They turned for the third. No, they refused the third. Thought better of it. Good fielding.
Very good fielding. Raced across the netting area here at Chelmsford, square of the wicket. Yes, good evening to you all if you're listening in New Zealand, and good day or nearly good afternoon to you all if you join us here in the UK.
Wagner in. Another good length ball. He really has demonstrated his ability to control his line and length in this little spell. He looks every inch a very compact and strong bowler, doesn't he, Don?
Yeah, he is one of the more experienced in terms of age. He's 36, but I've got to, when you talk about Neil Wagner, I always say he's 36 years young.
Definitely, he's always so keen, isn't he? He's just got that air of, and that's infectious in a team. If he wants to bowl, if he wants, he wants to run in, and he wants to please. He wants to please, doesn't he? He's a very competitive man, but he wants his fellow professionals in the team to regard him as an automatic for selection because of that sense of enthusiasm and purpose.
Someone like Ryan Tenderscarter or James Foster would have captained him. He would have been a captain's dream.
Oh yeah,
just kept running in for you.
Doesn't matter how old the ball is, or whether it's uphill or downhill, or where the wind direction is. It doesn't matter. He just wants to bowl.
Great trait. You can have all the skill, but if you haven't got a big heart, you're not going to be a great bowler. And I think Neil Wagner's got a huge heart. Jameson's in. This time it's played with an open face bat out to AJ's Patel at backward point, where there is no run for Compton. Played that smartly, sensibly and under control. Well bowled, well played, good cricket all round.
Yeah, it looks as though Compton is has given himself a good talking to, and he's got back into his well organised and strong technique that he can rely on, rather than those rather loose shots of a couple of overs ago.
Jameson, in he comes, line and length, hit high on the splice of the bat there from Compton, who respects that delivery. Well bowled once again. I mean, he hasn't been selected in the test squad. They've given Crawley and Lees another opportunity, but I'm sure Ben Compton, if there was an injury to Lees or Crawley, then he would be the next cab off the rank.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And
this time he ducks and takes his eyes off the ball, and tries to evade it, but simply then, now that is interesting. If he did get an opportunity to play test cricket, we've just seen the short balls just made him a little bit more uncomfortable, and in particular that last ball, which was a decent bouncer from Carl Jameson. He took his eyes off the ball.
He did. He almost looked as though the ball didn't get up as high as he thought it was going to, and
wasn't as short as the other bouncers.
No,
to my judgment.
Very, very well directed bouncer, that one.
In again, bowls. This time stands up and plays with a straight bat, angling sort of just outside off stump. There is no run. Just gone through sort of a funny old 10 minutes, as you pointed out. Compton's just got to make sure he survives here. Don't do anything daft, don't do anything rash. You have to respect, if a new bowler comes on and bowls well, you have to respect that. In comes Jameson, bowls. This time he drags Compton forward, where there is a full respect, played with the full face of the bat out to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, that was the first ball he's pitched up in a while actually, and it was but Compton was good enough to drop forward onto his front foot and knock it out to extra cover.
Pass umpire Rob White. This time again a length ball, end of the over, good over, testing over from Carl Jameson, and the first class counties still need a further 106 runs to win, but heading towards lunch they are 158 for 2.
Yeah, they'll be looking forward to the milestone where that score drops below 100 into the 10s needed. Just tick them off, and I'm sure Nick Gubbins will be having a chat with Ben Compton, saying, look, don't do anything rash, let's just see these off together and keep it very, very well under control. Neil Wagner to continue from what my colleague Don calls the retirement flats end of the ground. In he comes in and he hits the crease. Short ball. That looks as though it's actually hit Nick Gubbins on the helmet, and yes it has. So we'll have a little delay here while he gets looked at and maybe changes his helmet. But it's nice to see Neil Wagner going up to him and just making sure he's okay. Nice moment between the fast bowler and the batsman who's just struck on the head.
Well, just to go through while we have this short delay for Nick Gubbins, we've got today a whole host of Vitality Blast fixtures going on. As I said, Essex, we are playing at the Cloud County ground here at Chelmsford, so we must mention them. Essex are away at Somerset, a 4 o'clock game there. We also have Leicester are at Headingley for 3 o'clock. Kent are next door to their neighbours down at Hove for a 2:30 start. Middlesex host Glamorgan at Radlett, and Durham are on their travels. They're at Edgbaston at Birmingham Bears for 2:30. And the other fixture to be played is Lancashire at home to Worcestershire at Old Trafford. So Lancashire-Yorkshire had a tied game the other night, which was interesting. I went along to Surrey-Glamorgan, which had a good crowd, a good atmosphere. Surrey were a bit sloppy. Glamorgan played some good cricket, but Surrey got home in the end. They've got a pretty good side out. I expect them, Lancashire, Nottingham. I think Nottinghamshire look pretty strong as well. And the fourth team, I can't really put my hand on my heart to suggest who it is. I do think Lancashire, Surrey and Nottinghamshire are 3 of the 4 teams that will get through to finals day. I do genuinely believe that.
Well, Surrey did their best to lose that game, though, didn't they? They tried very hard, but managed to get over the line, as you say. My other tip for an outside horse would be Yorkshire.
Yorkshire, really? Okay.
They looked in the tied Roses match the other night. I thought there were aspects of their white ball game which was particularly impressive.
You like Brooke, and you saw him play some T20 in the West Indies.
I did, yeah. I like Brooke. I think he's kind of the epitome of the modern day white ball batsman, high order batsman.
Well, Gubbins is back up and running. He's okay, and we're going to see Wagner.
Yes, Wagner again, running in. And predictably, he bounces Nick Gubbins again, just to let it remind him he's still here.
Have you got that mean streak in you? You bowl him a bumper, you hit him on the head, and the next ball you bowl, and he comes back, you bowl him another bumper.
If I had ever had Neil Wagner's pace, I probably would have done, yes.
And absolutely right.
Why not use it if you've got it? That's what I say. Oh dear, we have a few rain spots falling, and people are running for cover as we speak. But Nick Gubbins has backed off, and the players are going to leave the pitch until this shower has gone over. And I do believe it will be a shower. It's
yes.
Just a rather dark cloud that's making its presence known.
Yes, that's rather a sad moment to see the players leave. I do genuinely think it's going to be a shortish shower. To our left, where normally the weather's been and gone, to our left doesn't look so good. To our right, which is Will's mother, or the western side of the ground, looks a bit healthier. So we'll have to wait and see. The covers are coming out to cover up. We're at 25 past 12, so we've got a little bit of time before lunch. They may look at taking an early lunch, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. But just to recap this morning, overnight, the first-class counties had lost the solitary wicket, that of Dominic Sibley. He went for 34 last night. Caught Blundell, bowled Patel. The score was 81, and they eventually made it to overnight on 112 for 1. with Ben Compton on 56 this morning. He came out with his partner Tom Haynes on 12 not out. Haynes was the man to go, caught by Blundell off the bowling of Henry for 14 when the score in fact was 114 for 2. Then Compton together with Gubbins have added, well, I'm looking at my quick take my shoes and socks off, 44 runs in this third wicket partnership, of which 44 runs, well, Gubbins has made 30 of them, a high percentage in boundaries, played nicely. And whilst Ben Compton's only added 14 to his overnight score, he is still there and he's concentrating hard to try and be there for lunch. So listen, at the moment the score the score is 158 for 2 with a further 106 runs to win. We shall just close down for a moment to allow us to go and powder our noses, and we shall leave you for a tea and coffee break, and we will join you back when the commentary or the players come out to continue the cricket. See you shortly. They put an extra man on the leg side. They had 3 on the leg side. They've now got 4. Slip gully, backward point. I can't see if there's a third man to our left. Don't think there is.
Wagner runs in hard. Short ball bouncer. Nick Gubbins ducks underneath it. Doesn't have anything to do with it. And in fact, Neil Wagner had his man back on the boundary. Suspect that they believe that Nick Gubbins is a bit of a compulsive hooker and puller, don't you think, Don?
Yes, very much so. And a bit of a trap set. So don't get caught out in that trap, Nick. It's going to be Jameson to continue from the river end up the hill.
Yes, another 2 metre person, but his name's not Peter. 2 metre Peter, do you remember him?
No, I don't. Tell me more. Who's 2 metre Peter?
I'm going to leave that one with you, Don. See if you can work that one out. How's that? Anyway.
Oh, gosh.
Over to
2 metre. Is that some?
It's 2 metre Peter. Yeah, it was a nickname of a tall cricketer.
As Cole Jameson comes in, it's a bouncer through to the keeper, slightly misdirected. I should suggest that was outside off stump, and it really did not cause any inconvenience to the Kent opening batsman, who's on 70, Gubbins on 30, score 158 for 2.
I'm surprised I've caught you out with that one, Don. Peter Fulton.
Yeah, New Zealand opening batsman.
Correct, yeah.
2 metre Peter.
2 metre Peter, yep.
As Jameson bowls. This is caressed mistimed into the offside, where he looked for a single, but alas, it was well fielded. Mistimed, but well fielded. There is no run.
He wasn't actually 2 metres tall either. He was 1.98.
So you lied?
Well,
lied.
His nickname was a lie, yeah.
Well, I was thinking there was another. Do you remember this? There was not James Frank. There was was it Trevor Franklin, who was a very tall opening batsman for New Zealand, who broke his leg at Heathrow Airport. Have a Google that.
Had he been in the bar at that time, or
no? It's gone for an LBW appeal, but he was a lone shout there, where it's gone for 4 leg byes. The only man to appeal was the very tall Carl Jameson. The keeper wasn't interested. He was already going down the leg side. So 4 leg byes to the first class counties side. 158 goes to 162. Yeah, Franklin. Trevor Franklin. I'm sure around the 86, 84, 82 maybe, he travelled and broke his leg at the airport, opening batsman. It's going to be turning away from us. It's Carl Jameson. He bowls. Played with a straight bat, dragged forward is Compton, played into the leg side. There is no run. 162 for 2.
I can find his
Trevor
profile.
Franklin?
Trevor Franklin, yeah.
I'm sure it would be the main story about him. Broke his leg.
1986, his leg was shattered by a stray luggage trailer at Gatwick Airport.
There you go. There you go.
Your memory didn't fail you there, Don. You were absolutely right.
I remember bowling a lot at him in those youthful days. Bouncer, top edge. This is in the air, but it's going to sail towards the boundary. It's gone fine for 4. Wagner is back, but he's sort of at 45 on the boundary. But this has gone very fine for 4 runs. A top edge hook, and that is 4 more to Ben Compton. He moves to 74.
And that is the 50 partnership between these 2 batsmen.
Hence the gentle applause.
The ripple of applause through the 52 people in the stand. But they've done well, these 2, haven't they? They've really applied themselves to the situation.
Jameson. In, another bouncer through to the keeper this time. He ducks, does Compton for the end of the over. 166 for 2. Compton 74. Gubbins to face on 30. Yeah, going back to, I remember Jeremy Coney. I had the honour of playing against New Zealand here for Essex in '86. Martin Crowe.
Oh, what a beautiful player he was.
Blaine was the keeper,
Mm.
nicknamed Chili Blaine.
Yeah, of course.
John Bracewell, Jeremy Coney captained, Martin Snedden. I even remember going back before that, the likes of Ewan Chatfield, Richard Hadley, clearly.
Some greats down the years. And they've always had this Wagner in, we'll return to that in a moment, at the crease. Bowls in a short ball, which is caught in the slips.
No, not given.
But the umpire is not. In fact, Wagner didn't look convinced himself, which is unlike him. I think that was off.
He's looking at his hand
He's
or
looking
wrist.
at his wrist. It
Or
just
the
depends.
wrist.
I think the law says that if the ball hits his glove
Yep.
at the point,
Any part of his
any
glove.
part of his glove, whether it's on the wrist or hand, then he could be given out. But this looks as though it's the forearm. And
It's just a bit,
Gubbins is waiting for the. I'm not sure who that. I don't think that is the physio. I think it's the 12th man actually.
Physio's coming out now.
Oh, physio's coming out now. Yeah. And we'll have a little bit of a delay. Yeah, the beauty of New Zealand cricket in those years, where they managed to manufacture a whole crop of players who could bowl medium pace and bat in the middle order. You remember those? You know, people, I mean, Roger Toos, what a servant to Warwickshire cricket he was.
Yeah, Roger Toos, yeah. Jeremy Coney. Snedden wasn't the quickest, but he was a very decent operator with the new ball, swung the ball, hit the seam.
What do you think the selection policy is like in New Zealand cricket now? Have you got any inside knowledge on that, Don? I mean, they seem to have this knack of blooding new players into an established and experienced team, so they've got that, you know, self-perpetuating flow of players through the team.
Well, they put it down to their former captains, don't they? Of which is one of them has just recently been signed up as the England Test match coach.
Absolutely, yeah. I just wonder whether there is any link there between the appointment of Macmillan as coach and the fact that the first team to tour England this summer happens to be his own country.
Yeah. Interesting. I would suspect many people would have thought that the coach could have been appointed for white ball, not necessarily red ball, but he's here for red ball with Stokes, and they will make a very interesting duo in terms of moving Test match cricket red ball forward in the UK.
Okay, we have another shower and the covers are coming on, which will at least give an opportunity to get Nick Gubbins sorted out, maybe a bit of ice on that wrist, and unfortunately we have another delay, folks.
We do indeed. At 166 for 2 and still 98 runs to win, so they've got it beneath the three figures now, 98 runs to win. We will probably go off air just for a few moments, and we are getting ever increasingly close to lunch. It may be that the umpires decide to go for an early lunch. We will wait to see, but there is no onus on time today really. There is still 69.5 overs left in the day, so we hope to have some. Just to listen. Lunch is now being taken, so we will look forward to welcome you back in about 40 minutes. In the meantime, we'll see you shortly. And a good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Cloud County Ground here in Chelmsford for the final day and the session 2, the afternoon session here between the first class counties and New Zealand. New Zealand require a further 8 wickets for victory, and the first class counties require 98 runs post lunch in order to win this game. And at the crease we've still got Ben Compton on 74 not out, and with him is Nick Gubbins on 30 not out. I'm pleased to report there's a bit more sun now, just poking through with a little bit of blue sky to the west, which is good news, and a little crowd here. Gentle applaud for Kane Williamson and his team as they enter the arena, and behind them are the 2 undefeated batsmen. My name is Don Topley. Also our co-commentator for the day is Don Hawkley. Good afternoon, Don.
Good afternoon, Don. And Cloud County Ground is appropriate today because we've got plenty of it, I think.
Yeah, there is a little bit, with a bit of blue sky though. We must mention the blue sky because at the moment the sun is poking through, which is great news, and we are hoping that you're enjoying the commentary, the cricket thus far. It's been an interesting morning. Starting this morning, overnight, it was 112 for 1. Ben Compton has added the best part of, we said, 18 runs since in the morning. And they lost the 1 wicket of Tom Haynes for 14. Nick Gubbins has got 30, played some nice shots, attacking shots, Nick Gubbins.
Definitely, I was particularly impressed with those cover drives. He was lashing through the covers off Matt Henry, but he will have, I hope he's enjoyed his lunch, but he did go off with a bit of a bump on the head, didn't he?
It was forearm, wasn't it? That's well,
right,
he got pinned on the head,
pinned on the head and on the forearm.
On the forearm.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be the continuation of that impressive bowler this morning, Neil Wagner, bowling left arm over the wicket from the Hayes close end. He is actually bowling to Gubbins, who bounces him. Gubbins pulls it, but there is a man. They've actually got an interesting field now. You've got deep square leg on the boundary, but in front of square. We have a short, fine leg, I would call him at 45, but he's catching. And then you've also got 1 beneath the Tom Pearce stand. They haven't got 3 behind square. The third man, technically, is in front of square. And then you've got 2 at mid-wicket catching. This is pulled straight at the man at 45. It's bounced first in front of him, well fielded by, I think it was Tim Southey. Yeah.
So that short mid-wicket position is interesting, isn't it? He's shining the ball now.
Almost.
Yeah, 2 side by side, and then almost behind him, is that deep mid-wicket, who is about 10 metres in from the
deep
boundary.
Square leg, but he's got to be in front of.
Of course he has, yeah.
If he was behind, it would be a no ball for having 3 behind square. Wagner, 1 slip and a gully. Short, pulled into the leg side. It pierces through in front of square, goes straight out to that gentleman who we said was in front of the player's gate almost, but in front of square. For a single. So Gubbins gets off strike, and I have to say Ben Compton has taken his jumper off. All morning he had it on.
Yes, we can clearly now identify him with his number 15 on his back because the jumpers didn't have numbers, which made it interesting. That man at deep square leg, he's just in front of square by about 10 metres or so, so he's kind of...
Another short ball. This time it goes to the man straighter towards mid-wicket, but it avoids him, and they simply have to retrieve it. Compton's played that very nicely. He played a few hooks this morning, but that was the most comfortable of all the hooks he's played today.
I think he was almost on the back foot waiting for that. He probably worked out that they had got this this plan to to drop the ball in short and try and get the batsman to make a mistake. They can't just sit on the back foot here and wait for something to happen.
Wagner in again, short. This time it's pulled in between the two at mid-wicket and behind square, where they take a single. End of the over. They clearly feel, on 172 for 2, they clearly feel that these two left-handers are a bit suspect to the short ball or the bouncer.
Or they just want to make something happen. And this is the plan they've come up with over lunch, and they definitely have set a field for the short ball and trying to entice these two left-handers. They're both competent at the pull and the hook shot, and in fact you'd say Gubbins was almost compulsive with that shot, but yeah, there wasn't a lot. There wasn't a lot in. Oh, we're going to see spin.
You
nice.
wanted that.
I've been calling for that for a few overs. Otherwise, Ajaz would not have the runs to play with. In other words, he'd be bowling too flat. I think he's got to give it a bit of flight and try and make a breakthrough here.
Well, there's a slip, bowling to two left-handers, a slip and a back pad on the leg side, and a man on the drive on the leg side. So we shall see. Would you like to do the commentary for this over?
Of course. Ajaz Patel up to the crease, slow left armour. That one's outside off stump. And he's also got a short extra cover. Comes into the crease, and he has flighted, and that's a nice delicate sweep shot, which is going to go for 4, very fine, by Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, it was.
I tell a lie. It's
Ben Compton.
It's Ben Compton.
Yeah, it was a delicate, very fine sweeper, almost like a paddle, but he a deft touch. It wasn't a full paddle of a sweep shot.
No.
It was a smart shot, gone very fine. Nobody there. They do have a deep backward square leg.
For the hard sweep, I would think. Ajaz in. Fuller ball, which is punched to mid-on and fielded by Tim Southey. Or is it Jameson there? It's Jameson.
Yeah, good cricket there, rotating the strike, having swept one.
Now pushing that mid-on back now, Don.
Yep.
2/3 of the way back to the boundary. They obviously really trying to make something happen here, New Zealand. Ajaz in. Oh, he's absolute corker. That has turned.
Yeah.
And he's beaten everyone.
I think it did.
I think it's gone between.
It's gone through the footholes there a little bit.
It's gone through the gate. It's bounced high over the wicket-keeper's right shoulder, and it's gone for 4 directly behind the stump. So that is a nice piece of bowling by Ajaz. He's extracted something from this placid pitch.
Through the footholes, out of the footholes.
In he comes. Oh, well, that's he's just padded that ball away from outside the off stump. And judging by the previous ball, I think perhaps that it would be wise for Nick Gubbins to try and play these. In he comes. Another bit, lots of bounce there, Don.
Turn and bounce. On a 4th-day-old wicket here at Chelmsford. Simon Harmer would have enjoyed that. End of a good over there from Ajaz Patel. The first-class counties have moved on quite quickly in those 2 overs. 166 for 2 at lunch. Well, they've moved to 179 now for 2 in those 2 overs. Going to be Wagner again from the Hayes Close end, trying to make things happen as he often does. He'll be bowling at Ben Compton.
First time I've seen Ajaz Patel live, he certainly gives it a rip, doesn't he?
Slip in a gully, backward point. This strange leg side field. It's going to be short pitch again. It is down the leg side. Well taken by Blundell on the second bounce.
I like the look of this keeper, I must say. And he bats quite well above, apparently, doesn't he?
He does, in the top order.
Yeah.
Talented sportsman. Can bowl. Certainly bowled a fair bit of spin in club cricket. Batted, kept wicket, did everything. Modern day cricketer. Wagner in. That's a decent bouncer. That's carried through. And Compton wasn't quite... He was inside the line, most importantly. Inside the line, but he didn't really get anywhere close to hitting it.
I didn't like the look of that shot. It looked a little bit chaotic. But
just to repeat the field he's got quite a square mid-wicket. He's got a very square additional mid-wicket. We've got a square leg at 45. We've got a deep square leg which is in front. Because of the 45 man behind, you've also got a fine leg. That's a bouncer that's gone through to the keeper. Very short, very high, and left alone, on which umpire Debenham signals with his finger. That's one for the over.
Whether Wagner will just push his length up a little bit to try and inconvenience. I'm thinking, you know, there's a fine line, isn't there, between what constitutes a bouncer and one's just a back of a length ball.
He's in, bowls, and there it is, just short of a length, played with a straight bat, very well respected by Ben Compton.
Yeah, that was a much fuller ball, wasn't it? And Compton stayed on the back foot, got in behind it, played it with a nice straight bat, and looked in control, looked to have time.
85 runs needed. 67 overs still remain. Compton faces the bouncer. He just gets inside the line, and pleased to see it go through to the keeper. Decent bouncer, that one. Decent pace too.
Well, that's the second in the over. So presumably he's no longer allowed to bowl.
Technically he's not. It would be deemed a no ball, but he's coming round the wicket now. This is the left armour is coming around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Slip in a gully. More of the same, I suspect. He bowls. This is clipped into the leg side, goes straight to the straighter mid-wicket where there is no run. End of the over, 179 for 2. Compton on 84, Gubbins on 31.
And New Zealand striving here to force a wicket and make a breakthrough to this and break this partnership, which is really rumbling on, and making the prospect of victory for New Zealand more and more remote. And it will be a real fillip for the county boys if they can knock these runs off mid-afternoon and really celebrate some of the qualities we have in our red ball game. Absolutely
right, yeah. After the tumultuous winter we've had and experienced.
Ajaz Patel from the river end, sun beaming down now, bowling to Nick Gubbins, who tries a reverse sweep and successfully middled that. It goes to 4 runs at third man, and it looks every bit a completely successful shot.
It does. It was well executed. It was very full. He got down and just made sure he made a very fine connection. Good looking shot from Nick Gubbins.
I suspect that was almost on the full. It was a very, very full ball, wasn't it? Almost almost a full toss. Much better length. Nick Gubbins rocks back onto the back foot and drops his bat on it just in front of the keeper's gloves. I get the feeling that Ajaz Patel has been looking forward to his bowl today. Another reverse sweep, and the result is exactly the same. We have 4 runs at wider third man, but nonetheless very well executed.
Slightly more flamboyant because it was just not quite as full, so he was able to utilise his full extension of arm. So very good shot indeed. Kind of shot we'll probably see all over the country this afternoon in T20.
Indeed. Ajaz Patel, river end at this little flatter, pushed it through a little bit, rocked forward.
They've left that backward point all the way at the boundary to nullify the reverse sweep. So they've taken the man back, saving one at backward point, and put him all the way back at deep third man for the reverse sweep.
Ajaz Patel comes in, bowls a more loopy delivery, so he's varying his flight cleverly. That was a straighter ball, bowled more wicket to wicket. But yeah, that man at wide third man to give Ajaz Patel some protection on the offside. Bowls in. Nice, a bit of turn there. Gave it a bit more flight, a bit more air, and the purchase on the pitch was much more obvious. And that's the end of the over, and it's 187 for 2. And the first class counties batsmen need another 77 runs for victory, and New Zealand looking less likely to win this match, needing 8 wickets to do so.
I have indeed. One of their spare bowlers who bowled yesterday, Blair Tickner, is going through the motions of both warming up but doing some various exercises actually off the beyond the boundary rope. Tall man. Gave it a lot yesterday afternoon when he had a little bowl.
And of course the agreement to allow continuous substitution makes this a non-first class match.
Neil Wagner on his way in bowls. This is played on the front foot out to mid-off where there is no run. Good looking delivery which has been fully respected by Ben Compton.
Pity it's not a first class game for those players who have made a significant contribution to the match.
Yeah, Jamie Porter, he's missed out on a fifer. He got fifer in this game, but as you say, it's not first class. Bouncer, pulled. It's well fielded at short square leg in front of square where there is no run.
Wasn't it, Tom?
It was. The important thing for the batsman here is not to get suckered in and give you away a wicket, because you know they bowl a decent bouncer and you can't keep it down. Important to keep the ball down if you can, and you have to ascertain at what height that bouncer is. Wagner again, short, clipped off his thigh pad into the mid square leg area where it's quickly fielded by the New Zealand fielder and given back to Blundell, the keeper. No run.
Yeah, they're looking sharp in the field, I have to say, but they always do, don't they? They're always a tidy team, New Zealand.
Wagner heralds from Pretoria, South Africa. In bowls, short down the leg side. Blundell covers across and collects it down the leg side. No run. 187 for 2. 77 runs required.
Yeah, Wagner has a fairly pronounced New Zealand accent, but there are occasionally a vowel or two that you can't really pin down to the New Zealand accent. I wondered whether he had some. There's a bit of South African in there.
Yeah, he came from Pretoria, played a bit of cricket in Pretoria. That's a top edge hook, which has gone over the keeper. The keeper's dived, and that's gone for 4 runs for Ben Compton, but it was a fortuitous shot in many respects. Top edge over the keeper for 4. 191 for 4.
Yeah, it was well clear of Blundell, that ball, top edge, and it flew 2/3 of the way to the boundary before bouncing over the rope. Good, strong bouncer from Wagner, exactly what we've come to expect from him. He's a strong man and hits that pitch.
And he comes again. This time it's pulled straight out to the man at mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket where there is no run. End of the over, 191 for 2.
Yeah, they seem to be working this leg side theory at the moment a bit, don't they? There is no because the pitch is a bit placid. There is no need for, let's say, a short leg or anything more attacking than the field they have, but they are trying to concentrate on a leg side field with short pitch bowling over the leg stump, and the batsmen are duly obliging, but they're also getting the odd one through, Don.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. They're certainly trying to force a wicket here, and rightly so, because they're not going to go on to win this game.
They are not, and Patel approaches the crease, a floating delivery from Patel, which is smothered on the front foot by Nick Gubbins. There is a slip, and there is a short backward square leg and a short mid wicket. Patel into bowl, floating ball. This one's punched out through mid on. They take the single, fielded by Jameson, who lobs it back in to the bowler.
Got a bit of sunshine here.
Yes, we now have enough blue sky to make a pair of sailor's trousers in the Navy, they would say. Patel coming to the crease, and a flatter delivery, slightly shorter, pulled his length back, nudged out on the front foot to mid wicket.
You got many sailors' trousers at home?
Lots.
Have you?
Yep, 7 pleats.
Bell bottoms?
7 pleat bell bottoms. Must have 7 creases. In comes Patel. Lofted delivery on the back foot, just watched carefully onto the straight blade of Ben Compton's bat. In comes Patel. Very short run. Even for a spinner, it's a short run. Just 2 steps and then he bowls.
Must have been well outside off stump playing the sweep.
Long
there.
way outside off stump for that choice of shot, I would say. Yeah.
Missed the footholes, didn't really turn, just carried on straight.
In comes Patel. Another flighted delivery. Really does seem to give this ball a rip. That's the end of the over, and it's 192 for 2. Next milestone of 200 approaching for the first class counties. And this crowd now, the clouds are parting, they're being bathed in sunlight, and there doesn't look, at least for a while, another shower approaching, which is good news.
Very good news indeed, very. Just confirming that Essex are at home on Tuesday, not Monday, Tuesday against Hampshire in the T20. And then Essex go down to Glamorgan for Thursday, and Friday they're in Bristol, which means they're away for a couple of games. It's going to be Neil Wagner to continue from the Hayes Close end. This is hooked, and it's going to go for 4. It's been beautifully hit. It's missed him Southie at the man on 45 catching, and then it's gone so quickly to the Tom Pearce stand that the very tall Carl Jameson couldn't get across from being quite fine at the Tom Pearce stand. So that was hit beautifully by Nick Gubbins. Gubbins moves to 40 now. Played nicely. It's been a very, very fine knock now, having been pinned twice. Hit again to the straight mid-wicket, where there are 2 mid-wickets. Incredible field, this really interesting field. If you had the opportunity to see it, you know, then they're going to continually bowling short with these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders, of which are only 2 behind square. So it's not going to be deemed a no ball. 1 slip, 1 gully, but generally speaking, they're going to be looking to try and get the man caught on this leg side trap.
I think the offside, of course, is very sparsely populated indeed.
Wagner in again bowls. This is, I think he's hit the glove into his helmet, which has just avoided the stumps. He's been pinned again, as poor old Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, he's in the wars, Nick Gubbins, isn't he? That's the 3rd time he's been pinned in this innings.
From his hand to his helmet, and then it just evades the stumps.
Just. I will say that both Nick Gubbins and Ben Compton are both looking to stay on the back foot at the moment, and this field and this bowling short of a length on or around off stump, on around leg stump, is beginning to get a bit predictable for me, Don.
Yes, but it's causing the batsman a bit of worry. I mean, look, Gubbins has just hit a fantastic 4, but it's causing him some concern and some pain. And they feel it's probably the best chance of a dismissal.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking.
Of course, and of course they had to come up with something, didn't they?
Not being funny, if Gubbins or Compton were playing in a test match on Thursday, you'd probably employ the same tactics, wouldn't you? Having watched them play the short ball.
One would hope, though, that a test match pitch may have a little bit more spice in it than this, especially on, on Thursday.
Yeah, it's pretty slow in the middle. We do apologise if you're hearing some buzzing on the screening service. There's not a lot we can do about it at the moment. I am aware of it, and I believe there has been a little bit of live chat about it. There's not a lot we can do. We do apologise. Wagner's ready, Gubbins is ready.
And yes, will we see more of the same, I wonder?
I tend to think we will. Slip in a gully, that's it there. The rest of those 5 fielders are on the leg side. 2 behind square, 3 in front of square, but only just in front of square to ensure it's a legal delivery. Wagner round the wicket to Gubbins. It's short. Gubbins ducks through to the keeper. There is a dot ball. 196 for 2. And not forgetting, this is in search of the total of 264. 264 means it's 68 runs to win for the first class counties.
Yes, Wagner in again. Take over, Don.
Wagner in, he bowls. This is short, doesn't quite get up. The player cross back shot, and it comes off the thigh pad into the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah, the field does look very one-sided, and obviously it's this ploy is to make these batsmen feel as uncomfortable as possible, and certainly Nick Gubbins did not look at all comfortable with that last delivery. It was a nasty looking shot as well as delivery, actually.
Wagner in again, bowls. It's pitched up, driven down the ground. That's a super looking shot. It wasn't short. He didn't hang back. He respected the fact that it was pitched up. Wagner will be furious with that, where Gubbins will be delighted because he collects 4 more. He goes to 48, or does he? And the gentle applause is for the 200 up for the first class counties. They are in search of 264 to win this game, which means they need 64 more runs in the best part of 63 overs that remain in the day.
And I think Wagner will be kicking himself for that last delivery being over-pitched. And Gubbins pounced on it, having been peppered on the back foot for ball after ball. Beautiful cover drive, back down the ground. Patel from the river end gathers himself, walks to the wicket, and that's another reverse sweep, and they've just taken that man out and brought him up, and Compton has joined the party with a reverse sweep to third man.
Well, he saw Gubbins do it a couple of times and thought, well, I'll play that shot, but as you rightly said, they had a backward point, they put him back for Gubbins, brought him up for Compton, and now Compton's played the reverse sweep. So what are they going to do? They're going to keep him up to start with. They're going to say, play another reverse sweep first.
Maybe it's Patel coming in, and on the back foot, the batsman just prods it out to short mid-wicket, and Ben Compton walks away to square leg, to have a little think about things.
Just like Jonathan Trott used to.
Well, he's not quite as scratchy as Trotty, is he? But Patel is asking him a few questions here. Flighted delivery, full of length, pushed back to the bowler on the front foot.
Did you enjoy Trott? Or, I mean, groundsmen must have hated it because he used to wreck the creases.
Absolutely, he scratched around and made a lot of different marks. Patel in. Another flighted, good use of the feet by Ben Compton. Straight back down the ground. And it has gone for 4 runs. A lovely shot where he danced down the pitch and got it on the half volley and punched it back past the bowler.
Super shot. One of the great shots of the day, that actually. Came down and met the ball, played with the spin. He's on 96 not out.
Be a great moment for Ben Compton if he finishes off this 100 now. Patel in from the river end, flighted ball. Oh, and that looked like an arm ball, slightly more round arm. Maybe just held the seam up so it slid away past the left-hander's outside edge. Good delivery.
Very good delivery, well bowled. Keeper just didn't quite catch it, had to pick it up off the floor.
I don't think the keeper read it either. Not that you could see the difference in his hand when he delivers that slow left arm conventional spin end of the over. With the ball before, he definitely did bowl a deliberate arm ball.
Well, this may not be first class, but let me tell you, Ben Compton's on 96 not out. He's averaged over 100 in Championship cricket this season. I was telling you, Don, this season in the 6-7 games that he's played, he's amassed 878 runs at 109 average, which is phenomenal.
Absolutely.
And here he is against the #1 Test side in world cricket, and he's getting close to a century, but unfortunately it won't stack up as first class.
And you made the comparison when he waltzed off to square leg to have a chat with himself, and his rather twitchy, scratchy demeanour at the crease. He made the comparison with Jonathan Trott, and of course the direct comparison between these two players is that Trotty had immense powers of concentration for long periods of time. Nothing seemed to get inside his head, however much the Australians tried, and he used to irritate them to distraction, didn't he, with his mannerisms. So Ben's got that kind of concentration.
It's going to be Michael Bracewell, I think, bowling now. We haven't seen him certainly today or most of yesterday. Just looking to see. He did bowl one solitary over in the first class county's first innings.
Ooh.
And he bowls and
Well,
comes round the wicket.
There's an attempted sweep shot there which has gone off the bottom edge past the keeper and back down towards the boundary. It's fielded and they take 2
runs. It's not been signalled, has it? There it is.
Yeah.
2 runs.
He goes to 100.
No, he goes to 50. That's Nick
50,
Gubbins.
sorry, yeah.
Nick Gubbins gone to 50 with that brace of runs there. Yeah, looked at the umpire, didn't signal anything.
No,
so 2 runs to the batsman.
Bottom edge, I think. Yeah. Bracewell round the wicket, right arm off spin. Fast arm, actually. Seems to be giving it a rip. A very kind of tall man for an off spinner, I'd say, Don. In he comes at the crease, bowling quite flat. Nick Gubbins rocks onto the front foot, pushes it out towards the short extra cover fielder, who's there precisely for that, and maybe for one that's slightly less well timed, which he can gather on the full. In comes Bracewell. Slightly change of action there. I don't know quite what he was trying to do, but again, front foot, nice tight line. Bracewell any relation to his Kiwi namesake, Don?
Yes, he is. I think he's a nephew.
In he comes. Again, another good use of the feet by Gubbins, but unfortunately he hits it straight at the deep mid-off fielder. Bracewell in. Another spin. Because we haven't got our monitor on, Don, for some reason, I can't take a really good look at the way this guy's delivering the ball.
Yeah.
But it looks like a bit of a mixture, doesn't it?
I thought there was
There was a leggy in there somewhere,
a
wasn't
leggy, the third or fourth ball.
Yeah.
But yes, Michael Bracewell is the nephew of John Bracewell, who played who I played against, played for New Zealand with a huge amount of distinction, was a great coach, great connoisseur of the game, played at Gloucestershire, coach at Gloucestershire, did very well with Gloucestershire, much respected cricketer, and a cricketer of note.
Patel again from the river end, bowling to Ben Cummins. Flighted ball, Cummins moves onto the back foot and pushes it out into the offside. No run.
Slipping a
comes
leg
Patel.
gully.
Again, he's taken all the pace off this ball. He's given it every chance he can of turning. And Ben Compton patiently watches it onto the face of the bat on the front foot. No run. In comes Patel. Unerringly line and length. This time Ben Cummins dances down the pitch, gets to the ball on the half volley and punches it to mid-on for 1 run.
Sensible cricket.
Absolutely. There's no
Playing
no
with
need
a
to
spin.
take any risk here, Don. In comes Patel. Walks to the crease. Oh, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn. Surprised Nick Gubbins a little bit there, I think. And he's punched it out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Patel rushing through his over. In he comes. Bit shorter. Allows Gubbins to rock back onto the back foot, but he cannot pierce that offside field. Patel again anxious to get on with it. Bustles into a slightly shorter ball, but Gubbins unable to take advantage. And that is the end of the over. And it's 211 for 2. 53 runs needed for the first class counties to win this match. And it's looking less and less likely that New Zealand will be able to save the match. And what a fantastic fillip for county cricket this will be, Don, if they manage to do it.
Absolutely right, and very proudly for the first class counties, including the there's distinguished people who are going to get the runs. Ben Compton's on 97. He is facing. Nick Gubbins on 50. It's going to be Michael Bracewell with a slip and a leg slip. This time comes forward, plays and smothers the spin back up the pitch. There is no run. Walks to square leg, comes back, reassesses, thinks about the next delivery. He's waiting. Bat aloft. Driven back to the bowler, almost Yorker length where there is no run. 211 for 2. Bracewell in. Ball smothered back to the bowler from Ben Compton, who wanders away to square leg, comes back, gets in his setup. This is cut into backward point where there is no run. Just mistimes it. That was a run scoring opportunity. Just slightly misexecuted it, but it's fine. Still there, 97 not out. Compton waiting. Driven into the man. Oh, there's a bobble, there's a misfield, but alas, there is no run to any cost.
And this crowd are poised, waiting for Ben Compton to cross the line.
Bracewell this time bowls a little bit quicker. This has gone into the leg side. They're going to take 2 runs. Easy 2 goes out to deep square leg where They take the 2, end of the over, 213 for 2, 99 not out to Ben Compton, and 50 not out to Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, although this is not recognised officially as a first-class game, you cannot say that this is anything other than a very, very good performance by Ben Compton. He's handled this very well, especially in the post-lunch period where he's faced some fiery bowling from Neil Wagner and has managed to come through it. And there's no real dramas, I don't think, for Ben Compton.
No, I think they would have been interested to see him play the short ball.
Patel from the river end approaches the crease and bowls a flighted slow left arm delivery, which is smothered by Nick Gubbins at the far end.
Good footwork there from Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, really got his front foot down the track there, didn't he? Nothing left to chance. Patel approaches again. Another floated delivery, wider of the off stump and well taken behind the stumps by Blundell. Or is it Blundell?
Blundell.
Blundell, thank you. Patel just gathers himself, his usual routine, 2 small steps and a very flighted delivery, which is punched down to mid-on where Jameson fields and lobs it back to the bowler. He's called him up a little bit.
Yep, called him up to stop the single.
He wants to stop that single.
100 partnership for these two, full third wicket partnership. Tremendous effort this.
We really want Ben Compton to use a very good ball there. I mean, really nicely flighted and drifting away from the batsman, and Ben Compton dealt with it very well, moved his front foot to the pitch of the ball and knocked it out to the backward point fielder. In comes Patel, 2 or 3 steps, up he goes, flighted and left. Now that one did seem to turn, didn't it, Don?
Did indeed. Good piece of bowling there. Little bit slower, perhaps into the footholes. It's turned off the right arm seamer's footholes and it's nearly bowled Ben Compton.
Patel in from the river end, another flighted delivery. And Compton has punched that for a single, well stopped by Jameson, but that does not stop Ben Compton reaching a very, very well played 100 runs. And what a pity this doesn't go on his official stats, because he has played brilliantly.
244 balls, 316 minutes. Many congratulations. It may not be first class, but to him, he has just scored a century against the world's number one test playing nation, New Zealand. And well done to him and to his family, to all the Kent followers who will be cheering him along. He's facing Michael Bracewell from the Hayes Close end. Comes forward, plays with a dead bat, soft hands, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's going to be keen to go on from here, I imagine, to send the strongest message possible to the England selectors that he's the next taxi off the rank.
Absolutely. Bracewell in this time bowls, and it's respected. Played back to the bowler.
It has an interesting little habit of going off to square leg when he doesn't feel he's played the ball terribly well, doesn't he?
Bracewell in. There's an LBW shout, but not Ben Debenham, the umpire, not really interested. I mentioned earlier Ben Debenham from Chelmsford. Doesn't necessarily live here now. And also Rob White was born in Chelmsford, played his cricket at Northamptonshire. Interesting, both men were born in Chelmsford. This time Compton plays back to the bowler or collects on his follow through. Both these two spinners, Ajaz Patel, Michael Bracewell, are getting through their overs quickly. Bracewell again bowls, gives it a bit of air. This is a reverse sweep. He got the reverse sweep out. He trapped it and it's gone to first slip, but not in the air, along the floor. There is no run. Through these overs very quickly. One slip, conventional slip and a leg slip. Bracewell in. This is cut into the floor, out to backward point. There is no run. End of the over, 215 for 2. Exactly on 100 is Ben Compton, and with him on 51 is Nick Gubbins.
This is giving Kane Williamson, who newly arrived back from the IPL, a good look at his squad. He's currently fielding, I think, at first slip, Don. And he is enjoying watching these two spinners at very close quarters. He can see exactly what's going on, and I'm no doubt at all that he's making a few mental notes.
I should imagine only one spinner will play at Lord's on Thursday.
Lord's is not renowned, is it? Especially on the first 3 or 4 days. Ajaz bowls, and a flighted delivery as the rain starts to fall again here.
Is it?
I'm afraid so.
No.
The rain spots are falling, and 1 or 2 umbrellas are coming out. Ajaz Patel. Oh, that's a super looking shot, but it was straight at the fielder. Flighted delivery outside off stump, which Nick Gubbins pounced on, but could not get it past that extra cover fielder. Ajaz Patel comes in from the river end, steps in, flighted delivery again. He really has. You could have put a 10p piece on the pitch here, and he would have been hitting it every time, Don, wouldn't he? Really great control. That was a full ball, which I think a little error of judgment there by Nick Gubbins, because he went back to the ball. Flighted ball right up on the block hole and just dug it out at the last second. Well bowled. Patel again from the river end. Another flighted ball. He's not really pushing the flat one in now. He's giving everything plenty of air.
I'm sure he'd like to be bowling at right-handed batsmen, not two left-handed batsmen again.
And Patel bowls slightly shorter, but Gubbins unable to take advantage. End of the over. 215 for 2, 49 needed.
Absolutely. They haven't looked in any danger since lunch. I mean, just recap from lunch. Lunch was 166 for 2, Compton 74. Gubbins was on 30. I mean, they've played quite nicely. The only time they have looked weakened or worried was with the odd short ball. And I have to say that New Zealand bowled it well, but apart from being sconned and hit a couple of times, they've also played it quite nicely. But we're now facing spinners. Bracewell to bowl to Compton. Compton reverse laps him for just the 1. Cole Jameson has fielded well at short third man. That's a super stop for the big man. They take a single, 216 for 2, which rotates the strike. Gubbins now on 51 and 101 to Ben Compton. Gubbins, bat aloft. Bracewell's in, short, pulled into the leg side. They're going to take 1. Are they going to look for 2? No. Ajaz Patel stops the second. Well fielded. 1 more run. 216 for 2.
Well, New Zealand are going to have to come up with another plan, I think, because the counties are going to get these in 1s if they need to.
Bracewell in, driven down the ground, straight to the fielder, who's on an imaginary circle there. It would be on the edge of it. No run. Wagner does the fielding. Bracewell in again, bowls. This is a reverse lap, and it's gone for 4. Just avoided. There was in the air. Cole Jameson, the big man, did go for it, but his big frame collapsed onto the floor. He didn't come up with the ball, so it's gone for 4. And 4 more runs to Ben Compton. 105 now for him. Score 217 for 2.
Since taking over from Neil Wagner at that end on, Bracewell hasn't looked too threatening for me.
No, he's gone for, 3.4 overs for 10. Patel, 16 overs for 37. Bracewell in, bowls, fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Compton walks away like Trott used to square leg, comes back, bat down, switches on, head engages. This time comes forward and just plays it back to from where it came from. End of the over, 221 for 2. We've still got a bit of sunshine. That shower has gone. Little bit of sunshine, little bit of grey clouds around, certainly to the west. And we hope we will not be curtailed any more play today.
No, there's some blue sky down where the weather seems to be coming from. So let's hope we can get this game done without having to go off again. Looks as though Patel will continue from the river end. Strange little run up, Patel. Literally just walks to the crease off a very short run. But beautifully accurate. In he comes, steps in, flighted delivery, attempt at a reverse sweep which looked like the arm ball and went on. But no run and no reaction from the umpire. Umpire right saying no, that was going down the leg side. Patel walks into the crease and Nick Gubbins prods forward on the front foot and pushes it out into the offside, no run.
The only thing I could offer New Zealand in this situation is put a man in front of the eye line on the offside for Nick Gubbins. He would play differently if the man was there.
Patel in. Flatter delivery, quicker delivery, which Nick Gubbins kind of plays without moving his feet too much and dead bats it into the offside. Yeah, I see what you mean. Patel has been varying his pace and his flight beautifully, and I think that would have been, in he comes, another flighted delivery, reverse sweep.
Back.
Man back this time, 2/3 of the way back. So not on the boundary, but not in the position he was at backward point.
They don't want Gubbins getting any more boundaries from the reverse sweep, do they?
No, he's
but
played that shot well.
He's been brought up for Compton, who has played the reverse sweep, but probably not quite as hard as Gubbins.
Patel walks into the crease, flighted delivery, and conventional sweep this time. There is a man back, and he just manages to pull that ball up.
Wagner.
And that is Neil Wagner down there, looking very, well, effective, but not very graceful.
No, but diving around as he does, you get 101% with him, don't you? I like him.
You do, and I do too. He's not in the prime of his life. Patel in, very flighted delivery this time. But you're right. If you're going to get the ball above the eye line as a spinner, you want someone in front of the batsman, don't you?
Yeah.
Just to give that threat, to be threatening.
I
just score is 224 for 2.
I just think that you play differently when there's a man in front of the eye line.
I would far rather that over had ended on 222 for 2.
Yeah.
But it didn't, unfortunately.
What a great man he was.
What a great man.
A bit of a cricket hero for you, cricket icon.
I never saw him play, obviously, because I'm not that ancient. But yeah, I've got 3 beige, bone and off-white jackets in the wardrobe in honour of him.
I could imagine.
40 needed. Yeah.
I could imagine. Very nice too. 40 needed.
Or 8 wickets.
Can they get a wicket here? Bracewell to bowl. This time Gubbins comes down, goes slightly in to out, plays it back to the bowler. There is no run. Slip and a leg slip. Certainly I'd have a man under the eye line on the offside for Gubbins. Bowls again. This comes down the
that's a drop,
crease, and I think that could be a drop catch. He's hit it like a tracer bullet. Bracewell, who's tall, has parried it in the air, but unfortunately he's parried it wide of himself on his follow-through and couldn't get to collect it. He couldn't parry it to a colleague either. That was a chance, I believe. Bracewell took a bit of pain there, but he's okay. He bowls again. This time he goes back, does Gubbins. Gubbins goes back, sees it could have been a little leg spinner, and then plays into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, you're right. I think the
odd ball?
The odd ball. The fielder at short extra needs to come in my opinion. But there we are.
Bowls short, played into the offside. It misses the guy on the drive, but well fielded again by not sure who that is.
Judging by that throw, he's not a left-hander.
They take a single, which brings Compton on to strike. Gubbins 53, Compton 107. Bracewell in, short, played, short. He went down on one knee, tried to lap it gently and finely, mistimed it, hit his body and popped up just short of leg slip. No run, but no chance of a dismissal. Compton facing again. Still at the crease. Bracewell is in, bowls, comes down the wicket, he's hit that for 4, he's met it and delivered it past mid-off for 4, 229 for 2, and the first-class counties are getting ever closer to the total of 264 in order to win this game.
I think that last ball was Bracewell saw him coming, didn't he? And then so he bowled a flatter, shorter ball, but Compton was good enough to change his shot and then just slapped it through mid-off for 4. And he was comfortably in control of that shot.
It was a brutal shot.
All the time
it?
in the world, yeah. Patel, once again, will to continue whirling away from the river end with his short little run-up, barely longer than further away than the umpire, as he steps in. Flighted delivery. That's unlucky because that was skewed off the outside edge and just went short of the one slip. They take a single. Gubbins gets off strike.
Yeah, the only way they could have got a wicket really today is through short pitch bowling from the seamers.
Patel continues from the river end. A flatter ball, which I have to say, Compton has just absolutely reverse slapped that behind square on the offside. A beautiful shot, and Ben Compton looks in absolute control, doesn't he, at the moment?
That was a superb shot. Where a lot of the reverse sweeps have gone quite fine, this has gone particularly square.
Yeah.
And only now have they put the man back for the reverse sweep for Compton, where for Gubbins it was always back.
Patel in. Flatter ball. Oh, and another. Compton is just looking imperious. He's just moved his feet down the pitch, got it on the half volley and smashed the ball back past the bowler for 4.
Slightly into out against the spin, but my word, it was a healthy shot. It was very, very hit hard. Tremendous cricket, tremendous cricket.
And New Zealand have run out of ideas here, I think. Patel in. Flighted delivery, and he's bowled him. Perhaps one liberty too many by Ben Compton, and he went down on one knee, tried to lap it behind square on the onside, and has lost his middle stump to a ball that was flighted and turned a bit.
It did. I don't know if you saw that. Kane Williamson went up and shook his hand.
It was a very nice gesture from the captain, and I'm sure Ben Compton will enjoy his walk back to the pavilion, and I'm sure yes, indeed they will.
Decent bit of applause here. We saw him play here earlier in the season with Kent, and now you've witnessed Ben Compton. He's scored a lot of runs. He's averaging over 100. Well, he's kept his average up, but unfortunately it's not a first-class game. So well played indeed. Brings out Ryan Patel, who has had a super season so far with Surrey. Lovely young man. He's amassed 360 runs opening the batting with Rory Burns. He's averaging 51. He also bowls a few seamers. He's enjoyed a very good start to Surrey's campaign. Surrey are top of the championship. So he comes into the fall of that wicket.
Indeed, and I think he's forced himself into the attention of the pundits, hasn't he, Ryan Patel, by his performances alongside his opening partner, former England batsman Rory Burns. Takes guard, left-handed stance, of course, and he will receive his first ball from Ajaz Patel from the river end. They're just moving the field around for the new batsman. We'll see what they come up with in a second. We have a leg slip and a leg gully and one conventional slip. Flighted ball. Patel rocks forward onto the front foot and pushes the ball back down the pitch to the bowler. Ajaz Patel from the river end. Flighted delivery again. Just covered up. Straight bat, end of the over. He's deserved that wicket, Don.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely. We've seen. I saw him a little bowl a bit yesterday, and now today. I think he's going to be the main spinner in the Test match if they decide to go in with a solitary spinner. We might see a bowling change in a minute. I noticed they've got a couple of 12th and 13th man on. Blair Tickner, when he bowls, reminds me of a similar bowling action to Jonathan Agnew.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he really does. And he is coming off. He's got a 1980s moustache. I could imagine you with a 1980s moustache. I
definitely did have a 1980s moustache, yes.
Yeah, he's a tall man. He gives it a lot of effort. He grunts at the crease.
That goes with a moustache. If you've got a moustache, you've got to grunt.
You do, yeah, you definitely. Yeah,
Grunting is not optional.
But his action is like Agnew.
Okay, all right.
Blair Tickner. And he heralds from Central Stags, 28 years old. I've watched him play in their own T20 competition over there, which is televised over here. Yeah, he's a bit of a character, very tall man. You'll hear him, certainly hear him. He's going to bowl from the Hayes close end. He's got 2 slips and a gully. He might not go for the short pitch bowling. He'll be bowling to Gubbins from around the wicket. In he comes. In he bowls and through to the keeper. Decent pace. Always runs off. Can you see where he runs off to? He does that all the time. He encourages, rather than brutally stop having delivered the ball, he encourages himself to continue down.
Well, we always say, don't we, that bowlers should always follow through. Down the pitch. And then get off the pitch.
It'll take him a little while to get loose.
He looks a bit stiff, doesn't he, Don?
Yeah. Here he goes. 20-yard run up. Bowls driven down the ground up to mid-on. Well fielded there. I think it's Tim Southey. Good bit of fielding there. Nice to see the other bowlers support the bowler with the ball.
Nice to see Tim Southey on the pitch. You'd think he'd probably get one of the younger players on and go and put his feet up for a bit in this afternoon.
Do you see what I mean about John Agnew's?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's very kind of straight-armed and long-limbed.
Yeah, very tall, very thin.
Run-up doesn't look like him though. Good shot.
Driven into the offside by Gubbins forcibly. No run, well fielded by I think it's Michael Bracewell.
Ryan Patel, very highly regarded by Alex Stewart, I hear.
Good man, lovely man. He's played some great knocks. I mean, you play at the Oval, that's a good deck to bat on. Really is.
Yeah, a few batters around who'd like to bat on that every other week.
Man's been put on the... Is this a double bluff? There's a man back on the hook now in front of the pavilion. Tickner in, bowls, it's pitched up, driven, and there's a genuine play and miss through to the keeper. Well bowled.
It was a very full ball, wasn't it? It was almost on the batting crease. When the second slips come back in, they had taken that out. We now have 2 slips of gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And deep backward square on the boundary and a fine leg.
And he comes past umpire Debenham. Bouncer through to the keeper. Gubbins ducks. He actually almost gets down right onto the floor. Gets very low, having been sconned at least once today. Twice, I think. And he's been hit on the forearm and indeed probably the glove. So he's gone 55 runs in credit, but he's taken a bit of pain.
He certainly has. And one of those, well, at least 2 of those knocks, the one on his forearm and one of the head blows, were pretty nasty, actually.
Blair Tickner on his way in from the Hayes close end. Bowls short into the leg side. They look for a single, won't get it. End of the over, and it's 238 for 3. Quick message out to Mr. and Mrs. Gubbins, delightful father and mother of Nick.
Are they here today?
They are normally here, but I know they're not today. They are watching the streaming.
Very good. Well, your son is batting very well, and Mum, you can nurse his bruises later.
Delightful family.
He will need it, I think. I think he'll be covered at the end of this. And they're sticking with Ajaz Patel from this end. He's had the only success this afternoon with the ball. Emigrated
from Mumbai a number of years ago. And just to repeat that stat, Jim Laker, Anil Kumble, there are 3 spin bowlers who have taken 10 wickets in an innings. Ajaz Patel, and then the great Jim Laker and the great Anil Kumble.
Ajaz Patel in from the river end, flighted delivery. And Ryan Patel moves down the pitch to meet it on the full and punches it down to Jameson at mid-on. And he gets himself off strike, so he can have a look at the wicket from the other end. Nice use of the feet there, Don.
Yes, yep. Got down to the pitch, didn't allow it to bounce, and just simply caressed it for 1.
Flighted delivery. Front foot drive through extra cover, no run. Patel in. Another flighted delivery down the leg side. He beats everything. Blundell will not be pleased with himself there, even though it was a leg side delivery. He could have done rather better, I think. And he will be his own harshest critic, as he's been absolutely flawless all afternoon.
Yeah, he's blinded by the left-handed batsman as it sort of turned and went down the leg side. And unfortunately it's cost him 4 byes, 4 more runs to the total, 239 for 3.
Patel in, flat delivery. She's dug out just in front of his pads by Nick Gubbins. No wicketkeeper likes to see too many in the byes column, do they, John?
No.
Flighted delivery from Ajaz Patel. Another front foot. Forward defensive. Coaching manual. Straight out of the coaching manual, that one. High elbow. Straight bat. Patel in. And the same shot again. Weight going forward, keeping the ball down. Showing Patel absolute respect here. End of the over. 243 for 3. Just 21 needed.
Well, it's been a game sort of 2 different sessions. We had the it was quite hard work before lunch, not forgetting that the first class counties started the day overnight on 112. They only lost the wicket of Tom Haynes on 114 for 2. He caught Blundell, bowled Henry for 14. At lunch they were 166 for 2, quite slow going. But since lunch it's all been about the first class counties. They have moved the score on to 243. They're not far from their total to win this game. Ben Compton made 119, splendid knock. He'll remember the day he scored 100 against the world #1 test playing nation. Blair Tickner in, driven into the leg side. That's going to be runs there for Ryan Patel. They'll take one, they'll take two, and they can't stop the four because it's just beaten the very tall Jameson to the boundary for four. Super shot, 247.
Good looking shot that, Don.
Two, yeah, it was.
Gravy to a left-hander, that full ball on his legs, but
yeah,
he really played it well.
He's got to keep his lines right here. Tickner coming round the wicket from the Hayes close end. He bowls a decent ball there. That's a better length, better line, and fully respected by Ryan Patel of Surrey. He's batting here at 5, but he would normally open with Rory Burns for Surrey.
There are fast bowlers who, when they run in and bowl, look smooth and silky. This man is not one of them. He's got a bustling, aggressive action, hasn't he?
He's a big man. Bowls again, puts a lot of effort in at the shoulder bowler, very powerful at the crease. He bowls and it's played back to the bowler on his follow through. There is no run.
He lets you know he's about, doesn't he?
You can hear his grunt, can't you?
Yeah.
Just like Monica Sellers used to when she served.
Was she a fast bowler, Monica Sellers?
No, she was very good serve and volley.
Oh right, okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Don.
I thought she was a woman cricketer or something.
Tickner on his way in down the slope, past the umpire, round the wicket, and that was his effort ball. It was a genuine play and miss, but it's been deemed a foot no ball by the umpire Ben Debenham. So he's not only going to cost his team, he's going to have to re-bowl it. But my word, there was a little bit in that delivery.
There was some venom in that one. Yeah, yeah. That was all that we've been describing him as wound up in one ball. The grunt, the aggression, the bustling action, the shoulder. Yeah, he's a force to be reckoned with. You know he's about.
And he comes again, coming down the slope. He bowls, pitched up, playing a miss. Patel's gone after that. He's given it everything and the kitchen sink. Played a miss through to the keeper. Dot ball. 248 for 3.
So we've had Monica Sellers. Is this Will Young? Can he sing, this fella?
Well, he can catch.
Can he?
Very, very good at slip. He can bat as well. Yes. We've got Will Young, Wagner.
Oh dear. The barrel's been dredged.
We are, yes. In comes Tickner. Bowls. Good delivery at the stumps. Well respected. There is no run.
Yeah, Ryan Patel there just having a really good look at that one. I think it was a rush of blood, wasn't it? That flashing colour of cover drive of 2 balls ago. So we've got another few catches in there now, Don. We've got a double header at the gully.
Yeah. Square gully, finer gully.
Drive, I can understand that, to be honest, because that's where it's going to fly, if it's going to fly.
Blair Tickner on his way in, round the wicket, bowls, short ball down the leg side. Blundell moves well across to prevent any buys. That's the end of the over. Gubbins is on 55, with him Patel on 5, and the score is 248 for 3, which according to my maths means it's 16 more runs to win.
For once, your maths is accurate.
Thank you. And there's no rain.
And you didn't even take your shoes and socks off.
Have you enjoyed your first
I've
foray
enjoyed it very, very much
into
indeed.
The commentary box?
Yes, I have. I've been treated to 100 and some hostile bowling from Neil Wagner, one of my favourite cricketers. And this guy can bowl a bit as well. Here comes Patel from the river end. Flighted this delivery, which is a little bit short, and he's cut away by Nick Gubbins, who takes 2 quick runs. He wants to get this job done by the look of it. Gubbins is in a hurry. He's obviously been invited out for dinner.
Well, that was good running there. He was always looking for two. Blair Tickner at deep third man. That was quite a challenge for him to stop the two.
Patel in. Flatter ball. Whipped away through square leg by Gubbins, off his pads. They take two, and the fine leg runs round and fields the ball, and they settle for that with no risk taken at all. 14
more runs. It's not really going to put too much of a dampener on New Zealand, but it will be a great fillip for the first class counties, and in particular county cricket, to notch up a victory here today.
Patel in, floated delivery. Pushed out on the offside on the front foot. Now, I've been impressed with Patel. He's bowled some very good deliveries, and his stock ball has been absolutely meticulous. In he comes, flighted ball again, once again, straight on the spot. They jog a single as the ball rolls down to Jameson at mid-on. And up comes the deep third man, sort of a backward point position. Oh, that's a very, very fine ball. You can almost sense that Ryan Patel really did get confused by that, and it ricocheted around his pads a few times and rolled out to short backward square leg. Patel in, flighted delivery. Forward defensive, back down the pitch. End of the over. 253 for 3. 11 runs needed, Don.
Patel, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 55.
Very respectable, I'd say.
Yeah, Tickner's bowled in this innings, only just come on the pitch, don't forget, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 26. So they've shared the overs out quite nicely between the bowlers. We know that Trent Boult will be joining this party in due course, but he hasn't bowled any overs in England because he's been away at the IPL, and he will, when he does come back, as long as he can get some overs under his belt, he will contribute to this New Zealand side enormously.
Oh, he's a massive part of the New Zealand side. Whether they play him, I would imagine they'll pick him at Lord's. I think he'll be one of the first penciled in on the team sheet, but he hasn't had much preparation.
Blair Tickner on his way through from the Hayes close end. This is driven by Gubbins, who collects another 4. That's the shot of the afternoon. He waited for it. It drifted a little too straight onto his legs, and he just caressed it, but powerfully through mid-wicket for 4. All New Zealand can do is go and retrieve the ball. Super shot, 4 runs. He moves on to 60. He's batted 117 balls for his 60, and he has played some very, very nice shots.
And that being one of the best. That was an absolute beauty. Just over-pitched on his leg stump, and he's whipped that away through wide mid-wicket.
Tickner on his way in again. Bouncer, this time Gubbins gets well out the way, goes down and keeps his eye on the ball. Having been sconned a couple of times today, got a couple of bruises as well on his elbow and probably his forearm. Had a message from Caroline, his mother.
Good.
She's listening. His father's at the dog show, watching as well.
He's at the dog show watching cricket.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Gubbins. Bouncer. Nick gets out the way through to the keeper. There is a dot ball. 257 for 3. And we're now down to single figures. 7 runs to win.
Mrs. Gubbins, I hope you're sharing your proud son moment, or proud mum moment of your son, because he's batted beautifully, and it's made the selectors look up and listen, I think, maybe. He's handled anything that's been bowled at him, showed enormous courage when he's been struck.
Tickner round the wicket. What will he bowl? pitches up, it's driven into the offside, and that's going to go for 4 more through backward point, or will it be? No, it's hauled in 1 metre short. So Gubbins will collect 3, 67 for Gubbins, and the score moves to 260 for 3.
Excellent batting by Gubbins. He was so quickly onto that Yorker, wasn't he? It was a wide Yorker, and he's squeezed it away through third man.
Patel takes guard, just to make sure. I think he's asked for centre. Debenham gave it to him. He's ready. Bat aloft. 2 slips and a gully. Tickner in. Bouncer through to the keeper. Puts a lot of effort in, does Blair Tickner, can he?
Yeah,
oh,
20 at his shoulder.
20 overs a day. Doing that regularly would take its toll.
That's what I mentioned earlier. He just looks as though he's throwing everything.
He gives it the kitchen sink, he really does.
Every delivery, maximum effort.
I can't remember how old he is actually. I think I said it earlier.
26?
28. 28
So
comes from.
There's no spring chicken then.
Plays for the Central Stags. He's reaching his potential. 28,
his prime,
30. Yeah, absolutely. He's in, bowls, driven into the offside. That's going to go for 1, 2, 3 and 4. That indeed is the winning runs for the first class counties select 11, and you can hear the applause and the general cheer from the supporters here who have come to support, well, be it New Zealand or indeed the first class counties. For New Zealand, who now move to Lords for the Lords Test, well, to lose here isn't the be-all and end-all to them. There is no town hall clock here to be presented because this isn't in fact first class. But you tell the first class counties 11 who have just defeated New Zealand that this isn't that important. You tell that to the likes of Ben Compton and Nick Gubbins and Jamie Porter, who collected a 5 very, very important for their CV, very important to show that what they can do on a scene such as this. They'll be so pleased and proud of their efforts. It's been a tremendous effort to beat the New Zealand team. So many congratulations to all the first class counties. To Don Hawkley, thank you very much for joining me today. Have you enjoyed your day down at Chelmsford?
I've very much enjoyed it, and it's as I would like to just endorse what you just said about this success for the first class counties, and of course Jamie Porter, 5 for on his home ground, you know, there's been some really significant performances here, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've very much relished the opportunity of sitting alongside my colleague here and an old friend, and maybe one day I'll do it again.
Chatting cricket.
Chatting cricket.
Thank you.
What's better?
Thank you very much indeed, Don, and that's great. Just to recap before we finalise, just to recap very quickly. Today, well, New Zealand won the toss on the Thursday morning, made 362 for 9. The first class counties made 247 all out, and in the third innings of this game New Zealand were bowled out for 148, and which meant the first class counties needed 264 to win this game here at the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford. Well, overnight it was 112 for 1, with Ben Compton on 56 not out, Tom Haynes on 12 not out. Haynes was the only man to go in the morning session. Court Blundell bowled Henry for 14, that was 114 for 2, and at lunch it was 166 for 2, with Compton on 74. It was hard work for him in the morning session. Gubbins on 30 not out. But it was a great applause here from all the people in the ground for Ben Compton, who made 119. He was out on 238 for 3. Gubbins went on to 67, and with him Ryan Patel made 9 not out in this 7 wicket victory here at the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford. 264 was what they needed and is what they got for just the loss of 3 wickets. So on behalf of everybody here at the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford, from Don Hawkley, Don Topley, we would like to say thank you very much indeed for joining us and on the streaming service this afternoon and today and over the last 4 days. So on behalf of everybody at Essex and Essex TV, may we wish you all a very safe journey home and thank you for joining us.